Good evening. Welcome, commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the June 6, 2024 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. The meeting is now open. I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and I'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetlands Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. Conservation Commission meeting is now in session and is being held on a Zoom platform. If you have any questions for the commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page, and when called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and the town's Conservation Agent, Charlotte Pechtel. I will now take a roll call vote of Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Kathy Bergen.
Kathy Bergen, present.
Chris McFarland.
Chris McFarland, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Sanji Fernando.
Sanji Fernando, present.
Valerio Romano.
Valerio Romano, present.
Tom Bell, present. Tonight we have a quorum of 6. Taking all votes via roll call vote, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. Before proceeding to the public hearing, the following public hearings are continued. NOI 2404, stormwater permit 24-07, that's for 98, 100, 102, and 104 Howard Gleason Road. NOI 2410, 100, 150 Howard Gleason Road, NOI 2418, 24 Little Harbor Road, NOI 2332, stormwater permit 2325, 175 Lamberts Lane, NOI 2324, Turkey Hill Road, NOI 2417, stormwater permit 2416, 193 Sawyer Street. And the following certificates of compliance are also continued: stormwater permit 19-15, 149 King Street, stormwater permit 2209, 8 Spindrift Lane. If you're here for those, you'll have to wait until another time.
The COC for 183 Atlantic Ave for NOI 2110 has also been continued to June 20th.
Okay. So our first public hearing is for an extension of NOI 2120, 147 South Main to finalize landscaping. Do I need to read this one in, Charlotte?
No, actually, we already read it and it was just continued.
I thought, okay.
Yep.
So
So I don't see the applicant. I don't think he can make it tonight, but I do have an update as of today. So he originally put in a 3-year request, but he now he doesn't need that much time. He as of today, the plantings are installed. We're waiting on some of the grass to come in, and then he still needs a few more weeks to finish the stormwater swale that's going to go in the back lot. And so the plantings are in. He does have some photos if you guys would like to see them. He thinks about, just to be on the safe side, maybe until the end of fall, just in case, because I don't have an as-built yet. We haven't done a final inspection. I don't know what else is required for other permits. So realistically, 6 months or less to finish the work, but probably would be done within the next couple weeks, and then can start working on an as-built. And then upon my final inspection, if anything is missing or needed to still be done, he can still have some time on the permit to finish the work. So I don't know if you guys are okay with 6 months, 5 months, 3 months, but realistically, he does not need 3 years, which was his original request.
yeah. Okay. Let's give him 6 months then.
6 months. Okay. So that would be, just so you guys are aware, I think it's, so the order was issued in June of 2021. So it would expire, I think it's June, sorry, I'm trying to pull it up, June 20th, June 22nd, 2021. So it would expire June 22nd, 2024. So if we want to give him 6 months from that, what is that? December, July, August. Yeah, December.
Close enough.
Okay.
So I move to extend the order of conditions for NOI NOI 2120. I have a second.
Second.
And that's to extend it 6 months?
Yeah, extend the NOI 2120 for 6 months.
Okay.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Yay, okay. Chris McFarland?
Chris McFarlane, yay.
Chris McIntyre?
Chris McIntyre, yay.
Maria Romano?
Valerio Romano, yay.
Sanjeev Fernando?
Sanji Fernando, yay.
Tom Bell, yay. Whoopee. This one passes unanimously, 6-0-0.
This also had a variance on the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah, okay, so I move to extend the variance for work for, in the buffer and close the public hearing for NOI 2120.
Second.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Chris McFarland?
Chris McFarlane, yay.
Chris McIntyre?
Chris McIntyre, yay.
Valerio Romano?
Valerio Romano, yay.
Sanji Fernando?
Sanji Fernando, yay.
Tom Bell, yay. Passes unanimously, 6-0-0. Public hearing for NOI 2120. Do I close this hearing? Okay, yeah, 2120, 147 South Main is now closed. Next is public hearing for RDA 24.
Oh, Mr. Chair, sorry, there's a hand raised in the audience. I don't know if they had a question, but
Okay. let's- yeah.
whoever's raising their hand, if you sorry, I don't see their hand raised anymore.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
Next is a public hearing for RDA 2406 21 Gammons Road. I need my glasses. Give me 1 second. 21 Gammons.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. I think there was a slightly different agenda that was revised as of a couple days ago. So the next one is RDA 2408 for the Elm Street, South Main, and Summer Street sewer improvements.
Well, I know I downloaded this today from.
Okay, I'll send it to you right now. But yeah, sorry, that's the second one on the list.
Okay.
I'll give you that right now.
It didn't get updated in the current meeting.
Yeah, sorry, some of the items were shifted around a few days ago.
Is
There you
it-
go.
Is this still on the, it just got shifted around?
Yeah, it just got shifted to second on the list.
So we're, okay, so we're looking at 2408, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. Are there any others that are out of sync here?
So the order's been switched. I just sent you the agenda, sorry.
Okay. Hang on, let me get that. Pick that up. Okay, so this is complicating my life.
Sorry.
I think I can handle it, don't worry. Okay, so now that I know the order. So next public hearing is for RDA 2408. Just says, oh, it's, yeah, right, Elm Street, South Main Street, and Summer Street. This is by Town of Cohasset. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public meeting here, hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 6, 2024, at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2408 Elm Street, South Main, Summer Street. The public hearing is now open. Okay.
I don't know if Dan is in the audience, but if he is, if he wants to raise his hand, I can promote him.
Dan should be here.
Okay, there he is. And could you and Dan both state your names and affiliations for the record, please?
Sure, I'm Mark Manganello with LEC Environmental.
Trying to promote Dan now.
Yep.
Oh. I think he'll chill in the audience. All right, Mark, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Mark Manganello again, LEC, representing the Cohasset DPW. This is an RDA for improvements to the existing sewer line located off South Main Street, Elm Street, and Summer Street. The proposed activities involve improvements to the sewer manholes for the purpose of coastal storm resiliency, which Dan can describe in some more detail if we can get him.
Yeah, I think he's trying to rejoin in a different account. There we
Okay.
go.
He's got a graphic too that would be helpful, so would like to get him on. Oh, here he is.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. I was a little confused that I was not going to be able to connect. I didn't see the video or audio options. So I was trying to log into my phone, and then I realized that you explained that I would have to log in if I raise my hand. All right, so I have
You need to, your name and state your name and affiliation. please.
my name is Dan Scott. I'm the project manager from Woodard and Curran, representing the town. I'm leading the design of this project.
You're just gonna pull up that graphic, Dan?
Yeah, it's just pulling it up now. Which graphic did you want, Mark? Just the overview figure?
Yeah, the overview one showing the sewer lines and the wetlands.
One second. Am I sharing?
Not yet.
Let me try one more time.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with me. All right, go ahead, Mark.
Great, thanks. Could you zoom out a little bit? So you can see Elm Street there to the north. The wastewater treatment plant is labeled there. It's just south of Elm Street. And there are 3 sewer lines which are directed toward the wastewater treatment plant. Those are shown in black dotted lines with arrows. The blue is James Brook, which is a tidal perennial stream. And there's salt marsh and bordering vegetated wetland associated with that. Much of this work is within a resource area, either salt marsh, BVW, or riverfront area. There's also coastal floodplain here. So the work's limited to the manhole covers, as I said, and I'll let Dan speak a little bit more in detail about the actual work that'll occur at each manhole cover.
Sure. So these pipes are vitrified clay pipes. They're older. There's evidence there's a lot of infiltration entering the pipes, which is water coming into the pipe, and then it goes immediately to the wastewater treatment plant, which presents a challenge during large storm events, especially when there's a high tide at the same time. The groundwater around the pipes becomes very high, and it makes them very susceptible to II. The issue with that in particular is that it puts the treatment plant it stresses its capacity and puts it at risk of having to discharge sewage right to the discharge point without proper treatment. So our project is to rehabilitate the sewer that runs through the marsh areas. The idea is to seal it up. So we're going to make sure all the sewer covers are watertight. This is going to involve an installation of fiberglass watertight manhole covers, a little bit different than a traditional one, but since these are off the road, we're proposing fiberglass just to make it easier for anyone to be able to open it. A lot of these are raised to avoid water getting in. So that's part of the issue would be is if we put traditional ones, it'd be very difficult for them to open. So the process is going to be that the contractor is going to be working within the existing easements, which are about 20 feet wide, and they will create access. They'll have to do some clearing to be able to facilitate access. They will clear, and then they will install likely some timber matting to create a sturdy ground for them to mobilize vehicles on. So there's going to be several stages of work. They first have to inspect the pipes. That involves bringing like a box truck out there with a camera on it, and a jet vac truck, which is a large truck that has a jet nozzle on it to send down the pipe to clean it, and then it has a vacuum attachment to suck out any grit that they are able to pull out of the pipe. They usually work from the downstream limits, or sorry, from the upstream limits, and work their way down. They pull all the grit, and then once they get to the end, they have all the grit out of the pipe. So once they complete that task, the next task is going to be actually performing the rehabilitation work. This is going to involve bringing more vehicles into the easement, large trucks with liners on it. So what they do is they take, it's basically we're putting a pipe inside the pipe, and it's a felt tube with a resin in it. And it's in a refrigerated truck, and they lower it down and they pass it through like a sock, and they invert it. And then they'll either cure it with steam or hot water. It'll take several hours after they install it for either the steam or water to cure the liner. And then that'll conclude doing that work. And the only other part that I didn't mention that'll be involved is running a bypass, where they'll find, this is completely means and methods. They will submit a submittal with their intent of how they will execute this. But in order to line the pipe, they're going to have to bypass the flows, which means they'll install a pump, and they will leapfrog however far they need to get in order to do the pipelining. So they could foreseeably leapfrog the whole entire line and discharge to here and just complete all this work, or they could do smaller segments at a time. It's really means and methods which they'll be submitting. So that'll just be some temporary piping that'll get laid out within the easement. Next, they will go in and they'll do just a grouting at each service lateral. So each one of these homes, a lot of them tie into the sewer main that runs through the marsh. There's about 15 to 20 total. They'll bring in a grout packer that's like a robot that gets sent down to the location of the lateral. They'll inject it with grout to make a good seal. After that, they will do epoxy lining of the manhole, which usually involves sending a person down into the manhole, and they just spray an epoxy material, which creates a seal and rehabilitates the inside of the manhole. Another thing they will be doing on manholes that are raised is just putting a wrap on the outside to create an exterior protection of the manhole. And then we also have a bid alternate, which would be for lateral lining. So they would send down a robot to install a liner up into each lateral. So that aspect of the project will be only fulfilled if the town has the budget and also likes the pricing. It's kind of like an add-on. They can either do it or not do it depending on the pricing. So that's the work overall. That's the overall completion of the work, but then they will be doing restoration of the resource areas after they complete the work. They'll remove the timber matting and then come in and do the necessary restoration work to restore the area to the way it was before.
And just as a closing remark, that we anticipate there being only temporary disturbances here with the matting. So the vegetation gets sort of matted down, and then once the mats are removed, it sort of grows, goes back to the condition it was in before.
Do you have a picture of the vehicles that will be on the marsh?
Do not have them handy, but we can certainly follow up with that. Send it out to I can send it over to Charlotte. She can distribute out to the group.
Yeah, and I suppose the spec for how many pounds per square inch the tires are going to exert on the marsh, and how well the matting would spread that load.
Okay.
You're clearing at each of these storm drains to access them.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, the clearing activity that would occur in each of the, well, I guess you're unclear as to whether or not they need to clear at each storm drain, or will they be clearing each storm drain?
So this is sewer, not storm drain.
Sorry, sewer. Yeah, so
Just wanted to make sure you understood.
I understood. Are
So
they clearing at
they'll
each
have-
location?
like Mark was saying, they're gonna try to be uninvasive and try to mat down the existing vegetation with these mats. And then it is means and methods. So like we have to assume that we have to give them the option to be able to access the easements, but they may come to us and say, we are gonna shoot a liner from here all the way down to here. Are you guys okay with that? So they'll have some interest to try to be uninvasive to make the work easier for themselves. We just have to approve it. If the line is pretty straight in nature without a lot of bends, we typically allow them to do multiple segments up to 800 feet. They can go into the manholes afterwards and they just cut out the liner that passes through the bottom of the manhole. That needs to be opened back up. So there's just an open channel flow through the manhole. So we'll know more once we get submittals for the project, exactly how they're planning to do the work. But worst case scenario is that they're putting down matting on one side of the easement and creating the access for their vehicles that way.
I don't, without those submittals, I don't really understand how we can vote on an RDA. I mean, you're gonna be in the marsh, so to the extent it seems unclear, so I would, just for the information I have, I would say I would probably be inclined to vote positive. But it seems like it's unclear what the extent of disturbance is gonna be.
Can the commission vote on the worst case scenario of that they're gonna need to put matting down within the easement? The RDA is a submission for a request of determination of the applicability of
I
the
know that. Thank you.
Protection Act, and we're doing maintenance of an existing utility.
Understood.
It's gonna have environmental benefit, like I mentioned at the beginning, where also if the pipe's not sealed, you could have sewage exfiltrating into the adjacent
Scott,
structure.
I think we understand the purpose of the work. The issue is we of course want to see minimal damage done here, and so I know there's an engineering solution for this. I think we just want to see what that solution is to make sure that the right of way is protected as much as is practicable.
Yes, I totally understand. We want to work with you as much as possible to make sure everyone's happy with the end result of this project. I think the biggest challenge here is just the equipment that needs to go in here.
It sounds like it's big
large.
stuff. Yeah.
So we need to create a working area that will be conducive for them to complete the work and just create an area where they can actually work and not actually disturb the wetlands.
Yeah,
Right.
And the alternative would be, if you wait 50 years, these pipes are going to fail, and then
no, we understand that.
We're in favor of.
What are we looking for though, like beyond the timber matting?
I think we just want to see,
Yeah,
what-
there's
what
mention.
this
of-
actually
there's
looks like.
mention Of some restoration work. I mean, if there's any. Correct me if I'm wrong, did you not mention some plantings or something like that? I mean, if that's the case, then I think, yeah, we would definitely want to see a plan.
I don't believe we had discussed or proposed plantings in our documentation. The anticipation was that there would be temporary disturbance from the matting. Only a significant portion of this area is Phragmites.
Understood.
I completely understand your concern. I mean, this is an exempt activity under the Wetlands Protection Act. I don't know if your bylaw follows that exemption. If you want to see more information, certainly we can provide more, but I believe generally speaking, the idea is here that the disturbances associated with this work will be temporary and there'll be no need for restoration.
I guess my concern would be that there is soil compaction. Certainly, the vegetation is going to come back. Unfortunately, if it's Phragmites, it's going to come back pretty easily.
Yep.
But if my only concern would be that there's undue compaction here, and so the matting. I suppose you guys have done this in the past in Salt Marsh.
Yep, it's done commonly in salt marsh, and that's the purpose of it, is to spread out the weight of the vehicle so
Right.
that there's compaction.
Right. So you didn't submit any of those details here. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to look at what you did submit.
Well, I think that that's pending. That was the indication from the gentleman from Ware and Karn, is that the approach for, the actual work is kind of up in the air. So we're talking about voting on a worst case scenario, which I don't even know what that looks like, really. I guess it's matting at each location, the sewer manholes, but it's a little ambiguous for me to be comfortable just saying negative.
Yeah, I mean, the alternative is to a notice of intent, and I think everybody would like to avoid that if we can. So I was hoping that you could actually answer our questions here, so that we can all understand what the impact of the vehicles in the salt marsh is.
But if we assume that there's timber matting throughout the easement and soil compaction from the vehicles, isn't that the worst case scenario? And unless we're doing a soil compaction study, what additional information are we going to glean to make a determination?
Well, there may be alternative vehicles that they could use. I don't know whether you can beef up that matting somehow to spread the load better. I'm not an engineer.
But I'm just trying to figure out what gap of information we're going to get more.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to re-engineer this whole thing because we hypothesize that the compaction is going to leave a permanent damage? Like, I think that's where I'm struggling with it.
Yeah, sure. I understand. I'm not hypothesizing anything. I'm questioning whether there is going to be compaction or whether there isn't, basically.
Perhaps we could give you more detail on the nature of the vehicle.
That might help, or maybe a picture or two of a job you've done in the past to show what it, give us some notion of what we're talking about here. That would satisfy me, I think, if you could show us that a job you've done in a salt marsh and before and after kind of thing, before, during, and after. We're not prepared to be able to do any compaction studies or calculations here, and we don't necessarily expect you guys to do it. But I think just as a sort of a, ordinarily in an RDA, we would get a bit more information than we're getting here. What we're hearing here is the technical details of what you're actually going to do on the ground. And that's not really our jurisdiction. We're really looking at wetlands protection here. So it seems like you guys are heavy on the engineering side, what the job is. And I think some of us at least understand what's going to happen here and why it's going to happen. Presumably this is driven by the risk to the lower part of our sewer system in case of catastrophic flooding during a storm event. I know that we need to seal these manholes so that if we do get tidal flooding in here, that they can withstand the pressure and not leak. So that's understood. But what is missing here is really what is in our jurisdiction, which is to evaluate or see how well you guys have evaluated the impact to the salt marsh. So that should be your focus.
Okay, I think I got it. So some information about the weight of the vehicle, some examples of to allow you to feel comfortable that we can actually do this without compacting the soil.
Yeah.
And perhaps.
And I think a picture goes, 3 pictures would go a long ways, or 2 pictures even, what does it look, what does one of these vehicles look like as it's on the mat and traversing a marsh, and what does the marsh look like the next year or even the next month or whatever.
Okay, we'll see what we can come up with for that.
And I suppose, there is another issue, having done a fair amount of work off roads in my career, that what can go wrong will go wrong sometimes, and sliding off the mat, and how do you get, what provisions do you have for reorienting your vehicle back on your track? Has that ever happened to you guys? Have you ever had one of these slide off its mat and have to extract it from the marsh?
Not in my experience, no.
Yeah.
I'm sure it has happened before though, because like you said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong at some point.
Well, we don't expect it to go wrong here, but if it does, I mean, I would think that you guys would have a just like if you were drilling, you'd have a spill plan,
Okay. All right, we can do that, and maybe a contingency plan so that if there is a disturbance beyond what's expected, there's something on the plans that says the area will be restored by A, B, and C.
Right. And maybe if you do lose a vehicle or whatever, how are you going to get it out of the marsh or back on its mat? So.
Got it.
Yeah, and I think that I don't think we want to go for an NOI on this. I mean, that's just kind of overkill. So if you guys could come back to us next meeting and satisfy our concerns with pictures and maybe just a perfunctory plan of what you can do if something goes wrong, that would be sufficient.
Yeah.
Tom, if I could just add one thing, there does
sure.
appear to be a couple bottlenecks where existing trees might impact the work, depending on which way the equipment is coming into the area. So it would be useful if we could actually understand how much vegetation is being removed where it's not Phragmites.
Yeah. So what are your points of egress and ingress here?
Primarily to the east, where the easement on the sort of the top right-hand corner.
Where it says existing 10-inch PVC to remain?
Yeah.
That spot right there?
Yeah, I believe that's primary, and secondarily, there's town property off South Main Street, I believe, at some point.
So these vehicles then would say enter at point, it's hard to read, but 30A is as close as I can come to that, or SS30C. And so then to service this entire network, these vehicles would be going back and forth or stay out there?
They would access from one point and sort of go point to point toward the treatment plant, I believe.
Okay, and so they wouldn't be going back and forth every day. Once the workday was over, the guys would walk back?
I don't know the answer to that, actually. We'll give you a clearer answer to that.
Okay, and it looks like the southern portion as well, obviously doesn't cross to that northern part of the network. So, for example, from Maine, South Maine, are you going to enter there at SS 109 maybe? Is that? It's hard to read. It's very small.
Yeah.
Which area? Which leg?
Yeah, you were just your curses, right? Yeah, that's right.
That's 89.
89. Okay.
Yeah. So this guy's backyard is all pretty open.
Okay.
But there is some vegetation through here.
And so presumably you're going to cross some mosquito ditches and maybe even a tidal creek here. How are you going to deal with that?
That can be spanned with the matting, the timber matting.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I might also point out, Tom, that back up the upper right where you said SS
30A.
30A, isn't that where the new development on Elm Street is? Which I don't think isn't the new building over the. Like, I don't think you can pull a truck down there anymore.
That's entirely possible that it is. Let me zoom in here. I've got an aerial from April 10th here. Oh yeah. How are you going to do that? And
Mr. Chair, it's also been over 15 minutes.
okay. Well, so yeah, okay. So you guys have some notion of what we want to see.
Yeah.
So
I would include also something I would like to see is like any best management practices that are out there for this type of activity to be referenced and as if possible adhered to.
Got it.
okay, so then we would continue this until Charlotte, or when do you guys think you can be ready to satisfy us? Let's say.
Dan, I think we're under some time constraints, right? So we'd probably go to the next hearing and try to get you, if we get you something a week ahead of the hearing, is that sufficient?
Yep.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
So that's June 20th. So documents due the 13th, next Thursday.
Let's go for that. And if for some reason we can't make that, we'll let you know, Charlotte, and
Okay.
push it further.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yes.
So,
Sorry, did someone else have a comment?
no, that was me speaking. The public hearing for RDA 2408 Elm Street South Main Street, Summer Street is now continued to what's the
June
date, Charlotte?
20th.
June 20th?
20th, yep, 6:20.
Okay. All right, so back to
Thanks, guys.
back to my order, right?
21 Gammons, yep.
21 Gammons. Okay. Next is a public hearing for RDA 2406, 21 Gammons Road. Replace the lawn area with pea stone and plantings. Read this in, right?
Yep.
In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 6, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on Zoom platform. For RDA 2406 at 21 Gammons Road, the public hearing is now open. Somebody's got a leak, a sound leak. It's you, Chris McIntyre. Because your screen keeps lighting up and we hear somebody talking or static or something. So if you could fix that, that would be great.
Better when I mute.
Well, yeah, but when your mic's open, it pops at us. So if you've got a radio going or something, I don't know what it's interference or what, but try to track it down. Okay, so let's continue.
Name and affiliation for the record, please. And I don't think I see the applicants in the audience, but if they are here, please raise your hand and I'll promote you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Amy Wolfson. I'm with Amy Martin Landscape Design, and I am here representing the Keys, who are the homeowners at 21 Gammons Road. And I'm going to share my screen so you can look at the proposed project. So at 21 Gammons Road, the proposed project is within the 100-foot buffer to a salt marsh, which is on the property across the street. The 50-foot buffer stretches across Gammons Road, but does not quite reach the project area. Charlotte and I visited the site together, and we measured from the wetland flags in the salt marsh to where the project area was, just to make sure we were completely outside of the 50-foot buffer. So what we're proposing to do is to remove some lawn areas and some of the existing material on the ground level. None of the trees would be removed. We would like to install a pea stone area, which would be 4 inches of dense grade, topped with 2 inches of pea stone, and then a metal edge along this area where it would border native vegetation. The native vegetation includes New York fern, serviceberry, seaside aster, bottlebrush buckeye, Clethra alnifolia, Viburnum dentatum, and columbine. And I believe I'm not missing anything. So we have native vegetation, a pea stone area to increase drainage. Right now, this area looks like this picture up above, where we have not much growing in this area, very little grass, water just kind of runs off down the slope, down the street, and into the salt marsh. So we think all of the native vegetation and the pea stone will greatly increase the infiltration and reduce the runoff. I'd like to remove this mailbox and install a new mailbox a little bit higher up their existing driveway. And I think that's it. I covered everything. Are there any questions?
This looks familiar. We've seen this before, haven't we?
You have seen this in a different version, but we think this version is greatly improved. We're not removing any trees. It's, this time we made sure we are completely out of the 50-foot buffer. We had a wetland scientist go out and extend where the flags were delineating the salt marsh, just so we can make sure we were completely out of the no disturb zone.
Commissioners, any comments?
I'm sorry, was this an RDA or an NOI?
RDA.
RDA.
An RDA. And how many square feet is it, Charlotte? You know?
The pea stone is about 285 square feet. I don't know exactly how much the planting is, and I can certainly figure that out for you.
Charlotte, what would this fall under if this was acceptable?
Oh, like determination?
Yeah.
If you do not want a notice of intent and you were to make a motion for a negative determination, since it's in the buffer zone, it would be -3 under the Wetlands Protection Act and a -6 under the bylaw. So like no notice of intent needed under the act or the bylaw. And then with -3, if you needed conditions, you can put them in or not,
It seems to me that the last time we looked at this, there were comments from neighbors. That could be mistaken. Do we have any correspondence that came in from abutters or neighbors?
Not this time on my end. Amy, I don't know if you had spoken to any of the abutters who had questions last time, but I did not receive anything in writing. Or I don't think anyone came in to talk to me about this project, at least this recent submission.
We didn't receive any comments either. I mean, we did need permission from the neighbor across the street
Yes.
to flag the wetland, and they were very willing to allow the wetland scientist to go on the property and for me and Charlotte and I to measure. But besides, and we shared the plan with them as well. But we haven't received any comments.
Are you still seeking the variance as well?
No, we're not proposing anything within the 50-foot buffer.
That's what I thought. Okay. Just in our file, there was a variance request as well, but that's from the previous application or iteration of the project.
Maybe.
There might have been for the last submission. I can't remember if a variance request was
Yeah.
filed just in
Okay.
case, because we didn't know where the 50-foot buffer was at the
Right.
time. It was more estimated
Okay.
back then. Yeah,
Mhm.
but not this time
Okay,
now that we know
great.
that the work was outside of the 50.
All outside of the 50.
Yeah.
okay.
We made sure to do a little extra this time so that we covered all our bases and that we were completely outside the 50-foot buffer. And I mean, in our minds, this is a win-win. Like, this will be more aesthetically pleasing, reduce erosion, increase infiltration.
In general, the plants that you are proposing are pretty small perennials, right? They're not like woody shrubs or.
There are shrubs. So Clethra, viburnum, and bottlebrush buckeye are woody shrubs. Serviceberry is a small multi-stem tree. And then the ferns, columbine, and aster are perennials.
And largely the existing larger trees, your goal here is to protect them all. There's none that are coming out. Is that correct?
No trees will come out.
Further questions? So, does anyone wish to make a motion? Close the public hearing and issue a positive or negative determination here.
I'll make a motion to issue a -3 and -6 determination.
Second.
Okay, Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanji Fernando. I always get that backwards.
Sanji Pinedo, aye.
Tom Belline. That motion passes 6-0-0.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
public hearing for RDA 2406, 21 Gammons Road is now closed. Okay, so we are then moving to 7. Okay, next is a public hearing for RDA 2407.
Oh, did we just
No,
lose
no,
Chris?
2409, right?
Did we just lose Chris? I think he just jumped off.
Chris
He'll come
McIntyre?
back.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Okay.
We hope. We still have a quorum, so.
Yeah,
Okay, so we are at. Wait a minute, were there 2 in Gammons? Oh, yeah, there were 2 in Gammons. That's what's confusing me. And we are at, this really messed me up, Charlotte.
sorry. 51 Gammons.
Next is a public hearing for RDA 2407 51 Gammons Road. Cover areas with loam, riprap to help prevent erosion. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing Thursday, June 6, 2024, 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2407 51 Gammons Road. The public hearing is now open. Okay.
Hi, Carmen, you're muted, and can you please state your name and new affiliation for the record?
Yes, of course. Good evening, everyone. Carmen Hudson for the record. For Carmen, I'm sorry, for Campos Hudson Engineering. I am representing Mr. Jack Whelan and Mrs. Virginia Whelan, the owners of the property at 51 Gammons Road. Mr. and Mrs. Whelan have resided at 51 Gammons Road since 1990.
I'm sorry, Carmen, your voice is a little garbled. Can you pull your mic a little closer, maybe?
Is this any better?
Yes.
We're
Okay.
having a hard time understanding you because your audio is not clear at all. So you probably need to be closer to your microphone.
When you get closer, you let me know, and I'm going to speak louder. So please let me know if I need to scream a little bit more.
No, volume's fine, but it sounds like you're inside of a pipe.
Let me bring my laptop closer.
That sounds better.
Maybe. Laptop closer. Is that better? Okay, excellent.
Maybe.
So, once again, for the record, Carmen Hudson, Campos Hudson Engineering, representing Mr. and Mrs. Whelan, the homeowners at 51 Gammons Road. Mr. with Mrs. Whelan, let me just share this, these pictures with you first. So they have resided here for 25 years. The backyard consists primarily of lawn. It extends to, as you can see, a rocky revetment followed by salt. You may, or at least some of you might remember this site because in 2021, a dock was constructed here. So what we are proposing to do here is to this area that has been eroded in front of a tree, the 15-inch cedar tree that is closest to the salt marsh, and restore the portion of the revetment in front of it. The area of room in front of the tree will be about 50 square feet. The area of riprap around the slope is going to be about 40 square feet. I don't know if any of you were able to visit the site, but this is what we're trying to fix. This is the 15-inch cedar tree that is closest to the salt marsh. As you can see, this area has been heavily eroded over the years, and some of the tree root system is exposed. The main concern for Mr. and Mrs. Whelan is that this tree is going to die, and this tree growth consists of many cedar trees close together, and the health of this tree may affect the health of the entire grove. So this is a fairly easy fix. We're proposing to put about half a foot of green over this area. The area of the slope, we're proposing to put a filter fabric to make sure that flies can get washed into. Excuse me?
More noise from the commission there.
So we're proposing to put filter fabric here. And as you can see that the slope, the revetment consists of riprap and smaller stones. However, what we noticed is that this area of smaller stone in front of this one tree is the area that is getting washed away. So what we're proposing is to bring some riprap to match the existing riprap and reuse this stone over the filter fabric to make sure that this erosion doesn't continue. As you can see here, that this area is getting eroded and it washes over the salt marsh, and that's what we're trying to stop. So this is the entirety of the project. It's simply to restore an area that is currently eroded. And Mr. and Mrs. Wheelan are not proposing to extend the lawn over this area. There are some native grasses right now. They would like to continue the native grasses in front of the trees. So the current area that is exposed will have native materials on it. It will not have that. And I don't know if you have any questions regarding the sketch or if you have any questions on the project.
Commissioners, it's your turn.
I'm wondering, like, does the fabric help? Is that the principle behind the project, that it'll reduce the washing effect? Or I was trying to understand, or do we think that's going to happen? Because I think we've looked at other examples using fabric, and it, maybe doesn't last that much.
So what we're proposing here, and I'm so sorry, I don't know if you heard me when I introduced Mr. Wheelan, but Jack Wheelan is also joining us at the hearing. So what we're proposing is this area that is going to, this area right here, we're going to take this stones out. This is going to be removed. And then before we put the stones back on, we're going to put filter fabric so that defines the soil, doesn't get washed, because all of this gets, it gets tidal, and especially during the storms. This is the result of that. So the filter fabric is simply to retain defines the soil. This riprap is primarily what's going to keep the filter fabric and the soil in place. And then everything else is going to be refilled with the smaller stones. So that is what the filter fabric will do. It's not for slope stabilization, is to prevent fines from getting washed away with the result.
Okay, thank you.
So the stones, the large stones there are examples of what you're going to bring in?
The whole intent is just to match what is there, what has been, so what we think has happened is that simply this area gets a lot of, the direct movement of the water. And because the riprap does not extend all the way in this area, then the slope has been eroding over time. So we're just trying to continue the riprap the way it is over on one side and reuse the existing stone as much as possible. But yes, that is an example. We're just trying to match what is there.
So how much stone are you going to bring in?
Size-wise, I mean, the size of the current stone that you're not going to bring in like giant pieces of granite. You're matching that kind of size profile, Carmen.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so this whole area is 40 square feet. And we're just going to bring a few stones, just like you see. There's going to be a few stones, and I'm guessing maybe 10. And then reusing the existing stone. The primary purpose of this big stone is just to prevent the filter fabric from getting washed, prevent the soil from getting washed, keep everything in place, while the smaller stones, fill up the gaps, which is what's going on in the rest of the refinement.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. You said you're going to bring in 10 large stones. Your audio is still not great.
That's my guess, just looking at the existing stones, because literally this area right here on this picture, this is I'm sorry, can you see the pictures?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the pictures, yeah.
Okay, so if you can see my cursor, this area right in front of the tree to the left of this riprap, that's the total of the area that we're proposing with riprap. So if you can see that there are 4 stones here, I'm just guessing about 10.
Okay.
How are you going to get them there?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I would guess that they're going to bring, they're going to bring a small, like, mini truck or something here, or they could drive over the lawn as well. And just bring the rocks over here and then just move them to the slope. This rocks, so this slope, altogether is about, 1 foot in height, say 2.5 feet in length. So this stone is probably like 2 feet in length, more or less.
Mhm.
So it's heavy, but it's not something that couldn't be handled manually.
And so how are you going to place the stones? You're gonna bring a tractor in there of some sort, or?
Well, a tractor wouldn't be able to obviously go onto the salt marsh, but they would bring the stones here. As far as how would they place it on the slope? If they can do it manually, I would assume that that's what they would do, so that they
Yeah, I
could-
think, Carmen, Jack and I had talked about on site that, I'm sorry, Jack, I'm forgetting the gentleman's name who joined us, but, he was confident that he could do the work by hand.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
from Ground Effects,
Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy, you know.
Thank you.
You know, the stones would come down our driveway and then across our lawn and be placed probably manually on by several workmen on the slope.
So you're gonna try to build a structured wall, or is this?
No,
a-
just maybe not as random as the stones in the picture in the lower left-hand side, which are just sort of randomly there.
Yeah,
But just in a little more systemic way. But no, we're not interested in any kind of joining or anything like that. We much prefer just to have a natural look to it, and then have the existing stones back it up and be filler so that you don't get a lot of washing in between.
more questions, commissioners? Okay, so we're ready for a motion. Anybody gonna step up and do this one? I know these
So
RDAs,
this work
Is this
these
the
RDAs
same?
scare everybody. They sound complicated because they're backwards, right? Negative and positive and negative.
Yeah, so this
Charlotte, is
work
this
is
a-
like
is
in
this a-
overlapping areas, so I would, if you issue a negative determination, I would say it's -2 and -3, because it's technically, it's inland subject to coastal storm flow edge, it's on
Yeah.
the edge of the marsh, on the edge of the bank, so it's like, it's arguably in resource areas and buffer zones, so it'd be, I think if you did negative, it would be -2, -3, and -6, and if you wanted to do positive, I will pull up the numbers.
I'll make a motion to issue a -2 and -3 with the condition that in the placement or the removal of stone prior to placement, that the stone is not pushed onto the existing vegetated areas and causing damage to those areas.
Fair
That
enough.
it's kept off those areas.
Yeah, especially those roots. You don't want to dig them up with stones.
Yeah.
Those exposed roots. Okay, we have a second here.
Second.
Kathy
Sorry,
Berrigan.
just to reiterate, it was
Oh, sorry.
-2, 3, and 6, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye.
And I'll make a motion to issue a variance for,
Before you do that, I just want to say that that passed 600.
oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'll make a motion to issue a variance for work within the buffer. Are we actually in the resource at that point?
Yes and
not
no,
quite- not quite. Doesn't look like to me.
You're on the very edge of the marsh. Technically, yeah, Carmen, was this officially a coastal bank or did not have the slope qualifications?
So a revetment is not a coastal bank
Yep.
because it's not a natural landform.
Yep.
But the entire backyard is within land subject to coastal
Yep.
storm.
So issue a variance, make a motion, issue a variance for work shown on the drawings within the resource area.
Second.
Okay, Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valeria Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0-0.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Carmen,
Check.
Carmen, I think you need to check your sound system before you come before us again. It's really awful. We could,
Oh, no.
yeah, it's bad.
Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you know, try it on Zoom with somebody, with a friend or whatever, and I don't know what to do about it, but it's really pretty fuzzy.
Okay. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'll make
Sure.
sure to take care of it. Thank
Sure, I
you.
mean, you know, when you're using it, you have no way of knowing. So it's all about feedback from your audience.
I'm so sorry that you were the first.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
yeah, so
You're welcome.
let's see, the public hearing for RDA 24/7, 51 Gammons Road is now closed. Okay, so D1 143 Beechwood. Okay, everything's in order here. Next is a public hearing for RDA 2409 143 Beechwood Street fencing. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 6, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2409 143 Beechwood Street. The public hearing is now open.
Jason?
Hello. So I'm actually at work, so I probably might be some background noise, but basically just calling in. We're looking to put a fence up that's about a 4-foot vinyl fence that's about 13 feet off of the house, and I think Charlotte looked and it seemed like it was within the 100 feet, and it's not going to change anything for the wildlife crossing, anything like that. There's definitely room to move all around it. It's not blocking in anything, and we sent letters to all the abutters. I think at this point it was about 10 to 12 days ago.
Yeah, and I can pull up the ongoing restoration plan, but in overlaying the sketch that Jason has provided with as part of his submission, the work does cross into the 50-foot buffer. So he has submitted a variance request for that.
And there'll be 2 gates right there, and it's basically just for children and animals, our pets, our dogs.
Charlotte, I thought fences were exempt.
They are a minor activity as long as they are not an impediment to wildlife passage. So under the Wetlands Protection Act, they're normally considered a minor activity. Not necessarily with our bylaws, but under the act, yes.
So why are we having an hearing an RDA about this? Couldn't this have been just approved?
Sorry.
So I don't understand why we're hearing an RDA for
Because
this.
it's work in the 50-foot buffer, it's work in the buffer zone. So work in the buffer zone for fencing is normally considered a minor activity.
Yeah.
Unless it just can't be an impediment to wildlife passage. But as Jason stated, it's a pretty small, fenced in area. It's not going to be very tall. I think, Jason, you said there's going to be coverage underneath it for small animals, I think, but it's not going to be tall. And it's just a
4
small
feet.
area behind the house or on the side of the house.
Yeah, it's 4 feet tall.
Okay. Any questions? Looks like
Did we
another,
lose someone? Oh,
so I move to issue a negative, what, 2, 3, and 6?
I think just -3 and 6 because it's only in the
negative.
buffer zone.
Oh, okay, yeah, so I move to issue a negative determination using -3 and -6. Do I have a second?
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0-0.
Then
Okay.
there would be a variance too.
And, oh, we need a variance too? Yes, right. I move to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer.
Second,
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. The motion passes 6-0-0. And with
Jason?
that,
Thank you.
You're
public hearing for RDA 2409, 143 Beechwood Street is now closed.
Thanks again.
Okay. We've already done to 8. Let me check this against that. 17, yeah, okay. Next is a public hearing for stormwater permit 2417 50 Bancroft Road, which is Milliken Field, tennis courts, walkways, and a retaining wall. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 6, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for SWP 2417, 147 South Main Street. That's not right. 2417, it's 50 Bancroft Road. Why do I have South Main Street? Okay, 50 Bancroft Road. Public hearing is now open.
How's it going?
Going well. Good evening, everyone. I'm Holly Ganser, a civil engineer for Activitas, representing the town of Cohasset. Also on the call is Mark Novak with Activitas, as well as I believe Michelle is also on the call with the town.
Yes, thank you. I think you said Mark.
Correct. It might be listed as Activitas as a second Activitas member.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay. Thank you. And Michelle is in the audience as well from the town. Michelle Leary. All right.
So this proposed project is a renovation to the existing tennis courts at Milliken Field. I'll zoom in here just so everyone can get oriented with where we are looking at. The project is a full renovation of all 6 courts, as well as a rebuild of the existing retaining wall that is between the field level and the tennis courts, and building some new walkways around the perimeter of the courts to allow the students who currently cross across the courts to go around the courts instead. This project is triggering the need for a stormwater permit because we have a proposed alteration of around 5,750 square feet. And much of that is the change of the impervious court area to a grass area. So with the renovation of, or the rebuild of the existing retaining wall, we actually will remove this wing wall, which allows us to put the courts closer together, which allows us to actually reduce the amount of impervious that is currently on the site. I will switch over to the plans now. So in the existing condition, stormwater currently drains from the 2 northeast courts to a series of area drains that tie into a catch basin that then connects to the drainage in Bancroft Road. And then the drainage from the remaining 4 courts, as well as some of the outer areas, flows overland just up to the north, where it flows off the property and we assume eventually gets collected in the Pleasant Street drainage to the north of the proposed courts. In the proposed condition, we are proposing to keep that drainage the same, with some of the courts draining and being collected in a new proposed channel drain that ties into Bancroft Road as well. And then in the 4 courts that are draining to the north, they'll continue to flow that way. We are putting in a new stone trench along the back just to help and allow some of the water to infiltrate off the back, but it will continue at that overflows to flow overland down the hill here. This project, just for the commission's knowledge, is currently out to bid. We are expecting bids to come back next week. And this project needs to be built this summer in order for the courts to be finished in the fall, because we have to beat the weather for paving, so that these courts can be playable for the high school teams next spring, so that they can compete in Cohasset. Let's see, the project will, on construction, will be wrapped with erosion controls. We're proposing a compostable mulch tube. Thank you, Charlotte, for that recommendation to change that. We understand that that's the commission's preference on erosion control use. We are proposing 2 different construction accesses. I will show that here. For larger vehicles like the concrete trucks and anything larger that needs to be delivered, we're anticipating that zooming all over the place here. We are anticipating that the contractor will use Bancroft Road and just drop off their equipment. But for smaller vehicles and contractor parking, we anticipate that they can use the existing access way coming from Reservoir Road down behind the courts, just so that they aren't taking up parking along the along Bancroft Road. Let's see, what else should we talk about? Like I mentioned, this project is actually reducing the amount of impervious on the site. We're reducing the amount of impervious by around 1,400 square feet. So it's quite a bit of a reduction, which is why we are not proposing any additional stormwater BMPs here, because the rates are actually being reduced just by the nature of reducing the amount of impervious on the site. So we are just, with the reduction of impervious, leaving the site better than the existing condition. I believe that completes everything that I intended to talk to. I open up to the board for any questions. Happy to discuss anything.
Commissioners.
So is you said the area of impervious is being reduced?
That is correct. That is correct.
But there's the final plan has a walkway going around it?
Correct. So I will go to the layout materials plan for you so you can see. So we are proposing a walkway here, but with the reduction of the existing or the removal of the existing wing wall that's between courts 2 and 3, we're able to move the courts closer together there, which allows us to, if I will draw here, remove all of this pavement that we don't need for tennis courts anymore. So all of this existing pavement will be removed. So even with the addition of the walkway around, the project net is actually a reduction of impervious on the site.
So at what elevation will the walkway be? Will it be?
It'll be at the elevation of the courts.
Okay, so what's going to happen to the grading that currently allows one to walk from the service road up to Milliken Field?
Yep, so in the existing condition, the service road, there is a slight just kind of gravel pathway that just goes up the back, and that is intended to, or up the side of the courts, and that is intended to remain.
Yeah, but how's it going to end? Like right now it goes into a wall. Is that wall I mean, I think there's a wall, short wall on that end, correct?
Yep, so the wing wall along that edge, which is right here,
Yep,
that will be removed as a part of construction.
right. So then what are the contours gonna run into?
They will go into, they're able to just grade down to the edge of the court. We're able to make a gentle slope down. I will go to the grading plan if that helps you see.
Okay, so they go into the
They're high
extended
at the
wall.
front
I
of the
see.
wall, correct.
And are the stairs on Bancroft being replaced?
They are being replaced. Yes, they're in pretty bad shape right now, so we are proposing to move them slightly away from their existing condition, but replace them with a precast concrete stair.
With railings,
Yes.
but no accessibility.
No, from an ADA standpoint, that was not a part of the project.
ADA accessibility to the courts is straight off of Bancroft.
Right, understood.
And another
Mr. Chair, we had a question in the audience related to the walkways. Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Mark Blanchard of 110 Pleasant Street was asking how large will the walkways be around the court?
Those are, I believe, 5 feet wide.
5 feet wide? Okay.
4 feet wide, excuse me.
4 feet? Okay, thank you.
And another reason for the walkway, not only to allow students to for their path of travel to and from school instead of going through the courts, it's also for use and access to various tennis courts. So instead of having to enter all the time from Bancroft and walk through potential people having matches, there is now a player gate in between every court. So you don't have to disrupt other matches.
So that's indicated
say
by the
access the-
triangles on the north, plan north
Right.
side. Okay,
Correct.
Go ahead, Valerian. What type of access vehicles will be using the back? So Bancroft, there's Bancroft there, but behind the courts there, that's, it's not really a very accessible area that you would actually move construction vehicles through. So would that just be little bob things that would drive through there, or what do we expect?
Most likely. Go ahead, Holly.
That's what we anticipate is the smaller vehicles going back there. We anticipate it likely will just be used by the contractor and their crews for parking.
I mean, so parking and then reservoir and then just walking through there. Is that the idea more than, or they're actually going to park vehicles behind those homes in between the tennis court? I've been back there. It doesn't seem like the kind of place that you would move vehicles through or even park vehicles in. But but if that's necessary, I guess you guys have walked it and maybe have talked to the abutters and the neighbors there too. There's no issues there.
So we've proposed to put construction fencing along the closest abutters immediately behind the northwest corner of the court. But we really envision it to just be laborers for their daily parking, so they're not taking up parking spaces on Bancroft. We looked at it with the bidders as part of the pre-bid construction conference for potential additional access, and they shot it down immediately. It's quite steep coming in off of Reservoir Road. And we didn't want to have to disturb vegetation back there in order to get low bed, construction equipment trailers in and out of there. So everything will be dropped off of Bancroft.
Okay, great.
Speaking of disturbed vegetation, what's the total tree count? I'm looking, it looks like half a dozen, or is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it was just north of half a dozen. In order to, even if we were completely replacing the court in its current footprint without doing the walkway and without doing the stone trench to pick up runoff moving across the court, we would have to remove some vegetation, unfortunately. There's some trees that are basically their root systems are growing underneath the courts currently. And any kind of removal of that concrete would jeopardize the life of the tree anyway. So what was the total number, Holly? Was it 10?
I have 7 on our plan
Oh. You were
that
closer
are
than
greater than
me.
the 12 inches.
I think a majority of the trees back there are Norway maples too. So they're choking out other plant material back there.
Mr. Chair, we have another comment in the audience. Actually, we have 2. Do you want me to read them both, or do you want to still go through commissioner questions first?
Well, do commissioners, do you have any further questions? Okay, let's hear from the audience then.
Okay. So we have Janine Peroni, 124 Pleasant Street. The former water road is starting to erode. Have you evaluated what traffic will do to that dirt roadway?
And this is in reference to that access road running through the back out to Reservoir.
I'm not sure. Ms. Peroni, can you type just a confirmatory response if that's the road you're talking about? She said yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's all going to be relatively small construction equipment. The plans do call to address some of the rutting that is happening currently out there, and to top dress it as they're walking out of the site with some new clean gravel.
Okay. Thank you. And then one of the other questions, Brian Dunkelberger, 120 Pleasant Street. The access road to the west that is being proposed for worker parking is currently being washed out due to poor previous drainage. Can that actually be used for more vehicular traffic? It is currently a stream big from the top of the hill. Will more traffic make this worse?
I think that, again, the traffic is going to be very limited, basically laborer use with their personal vehicles. And as we're walking out of the site, that road, well, it's going to have to be addressed prior to them accessing it, because one of the washout areas we noted is turning into a mini ravine. So they'll get that cleaned up. And as I mentioned previously, they'll top dress it and clean it up as they're leaving the site.
Okay. This might be another question for the same access road. Brandy Chapman, 104 Pleasant Street. I don't think there is room for contractor vehicles to park and turn their vehicles around to exit. Has this been considered?
They can back right out of the site. They're all working together. And I think on average, we'll probably have a maximum of 5 to 6 laborers on site. So it's not like, this is going to be a heavy use area.
Well, I have a question. Like, what are you trying to solve with the parking on the access road? Like, if I recall correctly, you said you want to get this work done in the summer, and remembering a little bit of, being with my children at Milliken, it's pretty empty in the summer. Like, is there a reason why you're asking for access parking there? Why don't you just agree to park everything on Bancroft?
I suppose that's an option. We just wanted to leave we noted, and it's a point well taken that during the school year, the parking over on Bancroft gets fairly congested. So if the town is agreeable to having all the contractor parking on Bancroft, I don't have an issue with that at all. And we could just leave well enough alone with the the rear access road.
Yeah, it sounded like you were gonna try to wrap things up before the fall or something like that. And, you know, as long as you're not there on Saturday mornings for soccer, maybe things will be okay.
Well, there is the potential, depending on a construction schedule, that we'll be requesting to work on Saturday mornings. And we'll be going, the project is currently slated to be final completion at the end of October, beginning of November. So, you know, if it's something that the commission feels strongly about to restrict access through the back, that's something that we can work on. We can agree to. It's a condition we can agree to.
And I think my concern would be whether you're going to turn that into a gravel road. Is that right?
It already is.
It is. Okay. So you're just going to patch the gravel. So dust control is, you might have a water issue, but that time of year, you might easily have a dust issue as well. And so if this is just parking for your workers, they're not bringing equipment in or out, or just themselves, or what?
Yeah, just themselves in their personal vehicles. All equipment will come in off of Bancroft.
Okay.
Or company.
Mr. Chair, we just had a quick follow-up comment from Janine Perny. If it is limited use, can they not park on the roadway on Bancroft? So I think we're kind of all asking, you know, similar concerns about, can parking go on Bancroft instead of on the access road?
Yeah, well, it sounds like the applicant's willing to do
Mhm.
Either one, so.
Mhm.
I mean, if there's going to be work on Saturdays and it's going to go into November, I probably would think that maybe we don't weigh in with a definitive requirement either way, with a condition that they do or don't park. I think that we should maybe express our preference that they park on Bancroft, and I think they'll see 95% of the time that all those spots that, you know, about a third of the way up the field from the tennis courts on Bancroft, they are empty. They're always empty. I play tennis there myself, even the condition of the courts. I walk my dogs there almost every day, and those spots are all pretty much empty. So I think you'll see that almost always you'll be able to park there without an issue. But I wouldn't want to make it so you couldn't work on, you know, Saturdays or other times on the rare event that parking is full. So at least for me, I wouldn't suggest a condition either way. That's one. The other thing, so all the debris, because I guess you're just tearing up the whole court, right? And then you're laying down a new. So all of that debris is coming out that corner to Bancroft.
Yes. Sorry.
The existing asphalt will be pulverized in place, and the intent is to use it to the maximum extent as the new base for the new courts. So there shouldn't be a lot of asphalt material leaving the site.
I think the largest material removal from the site will be demolition of the existing cast in place concrete wall and stairs.
Mr. Chair, it's been a little over 15 minutes.
Yeah, we need to wrap it up. Any further questions from the commission?
Just back to the tree removal. I was looking at near map. There's pretty large trees coming out in there. Is there any opportunity to replant after you've installed your walkway? It looks like there's sufficient room between the private property and the town property. Has that been considered? Is that a possibility?
We had discussed it as potential for some revegetation in that area, should the project budget have some contingency remaining at the end of the project. The slope is relatively significant in the area where the trees are coming out, to the point where we have a small retaining wall back there to allow for the walkway and the stone drainage trench. And then secondly, there is some abutter encroachment on the town property. So, you know, I think we'd be agreeable to to doing what we can. We're obviously going to try to save every tree that we potentially can. And we may be able to squeeze in some vegetation at the end. But I don't know how much we'll be able to get in there. It's kind of a vague answer.
And what is slated as far as vegetation for disturbed areas?
All loam and seed or loam and sod. So loam and sod up on Milliken.
Yeah.
And then loam and seed everywhere else. And then we have a small area in between the proposed retaining wall and the cast in place concrete stairs, where we'll be doing a planting of low growth sumac, Russ aromatica.
It's pretty steep, right? It's going to be steep right there, right?
It will be. And that's why we didn't want to go with lawn. So low growth sumac will, it thrives in this area. We did a project a couple of years ago over at Situate High School, all their athletic fields. We have a bunch of low growth sumac there, and it really creates a dense mat over the surface.
Further questions? Okay. Someone else's turn to make a motion here.
Mr. Chair, I did have some draft conditions. I don't know if you want to look at them or have me entertain them at all, or if you guys still have other questions.
Another comment, Charlotte, that just popped up in the comment section.
Oh, thank you. So Brian Dunkelberger, 120 Pleasant Street. If the stormwater is shedding to the north into the backyards of Pleasant Street, why does this project not require the town to keep the water on their property versus continuing to let it flow on into the property owners?
Is that one you would me to answer? So the project is reducing the amount, like the volume of water and the rate of water that is leaving the site.
That's why we're putting the stone infiltration trench along the northern side of the courts.
Okay, yeah, so I think they were just asking, like, why does the project not require the town to keep the water on their property versus continuing to let it flow into abutting properties? I think they were mostly just wondering if, the town has to keep it on their property.
So the standard is that the rate has to be less or equal to, it can't be increased. And in this case, that's the case. It's actually being reduced. Yeah.
Okay. Who's going to make a motion here?
Well, I would just say before we make a motion that I would be in favor of some tree replacement if possible, and some stronger kind of kind of a little bit vague on the aspect of replacement. It's not only for the trees itself, but those trees are a sound barrier. There's a lot of pickleball going on up there, which is very loud. Not that that's our purview, but I think
There will be, sorry to interrupt, there will be no pickleball. These will not be striped for pickleball.
Okay, well, in any case,
Yep, understood.
I think I'm opposed. Oh my gosh.
Well, Chris, do you want to make a motion that includes replanting of trees? And
Charlotte, why don't you tell us what conditions you've assembled for this first, and then we'll see if we're going to add to them.
Can you guys all see this? Do you want me to blow it up, zoom in?
That's good.
Okay, so this just a quick note that this project will alter over an acre of land, so they will need a EPA NPDES permit with a stormwater prevention pollution plan. So I just added a condition that the NIPD's permit, stormwater prevention pollution plan, as well as any revised erosion sedimentation control shall be submitted to me for, to the agent for review prior to construction, shall be reviewed as part of pre-construction inspection. This language is related to the stormwater permit template we have for required inspections. And that, I didn't know if you guys wanted this. I mean, is this already, Holly and Mark, is this already listed on the site plan that the gravel, the access road will be restored with fresh gravel before it's used? I apologize if I missed that on the plans.
Not before it's used, as they're walking out. So they were gonna grade it out to get rid of the erosion trenches, for the lack of a better word, in the middle, so they could access. And then as they're leaving, it will be restored with fresh gravel.
Okay.
So I think that we would add this will be a construction entrance and exit. So we should have our normal, we won't exactly have a washdown site because there's no water on site, but maybe that last segment of the road should be gravelled in advance, and fairly coarse gravel at that, particularly if we have a wet autumn and there's mud sticking to people's tires there, the workers' tires. We want it to get most of it off before they get out onto Reservoir Road. So either the
sorry,
whole thing
Tom, was it the egress portion or the ingress portion?
well, they're not going to have a problem on Bancroft, but they could have a problem on if they're parking back here on this gravel road and it's doesn't have new gravel. If you're going to fix it after the fact, the whole time they're going to be using it, if it gets muddy back there, their tires aren't necessarily going to get cleaned off when they're backing out of there.
We've got a couple more comments and questions. I don't know if we're closed for that yet.
If we were going to condition that on the road, could we condition it to say if the contractor intends to use the access point off of Reservoir Road? So,
Yeah, you don't have to gravel if you're not going to use it.
right.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah. I think that conditional statement is right. So if it's going to be used, it should be gravelled prior to use, and then after the construction is finished, then it should be touched up to make sure it's in good condition when you've left.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think Tom's language there, or Chairman Bell's language there was best, other than if the contractor intends, but prior to use, it shall be. I think it's probably the better condition.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, sorry, Mark, what was that? Can you repeat that?
It's Valerio.
Oh, sorry, Valerio. I'm sorry. I can't see who's talking.
Oh, no, sorry
sorry,
about
what was
that.
the
I
language?
just thought Tom's, prior to use of that road off Reservoir, I'll let you fill in the details, but instead of if the contractor intends, I would say prior to use by the contractor, it shall be gravelled, or whatever the specifics was as to how we're going to make sure that it doesn't turn into a muddy or dusty bowl, hurting the neighbor's use. So, but prior to use by the contractor should be the language.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
And there, if you don't use it, then you don't need to do that. So you don't even need if in there.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm going back and forth between the comments in the audience and the conditions. Do you want me to read the comments real quick?
Yeah, right.
Okay. So the same abutters who've already listed their name and address for the record. So Jeannie Peroni, doesn't the removal of trees affect water drainage as well? And then just a clarification statement. We asked these questions from Pleasant Street because our backyards and basements are already full of water.
Yeah, well, along with everybody else in town, but we're sympathetic to that. But the standard is that the applicant must reduce or at least leave the site. The water exiting the site cannot be increased. They have to either maintain a status quo or reduce it. And according to the engineers here, they are going to reduce the runoff from the site. So that doesn't necessarily mean that basements are going to stop flooding, but it's not going to be the fault of this construction or the change in the field. In fact, it should get better.
Should.
Marginally, maybe. Sometimes you
Yeah.
can't tell.
Thank you, Tom. And Mark and Holly, do you have anything to add about the question about removal of the trees affecting water drainage?
I think the chairman, Mr. Chairman, answered it perfectly.
Okay.
I heard one other thing. This is Valerio again. You said it was out for bid now. I think, addressing Member McIntyre's concern about the tree removal, is there a way we can use the current bid process to see if, the budget is going to allow for us to replace the trees, whether it's behind there or not, so we can get a firmer idea of that instead of at the end just sort of throwing up our hands and saying, oh, no budget for it. Given the timing, it might be, a good opportunity to resolve that issue.
Yeah, I'm
I
fairly.
did add oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry,
No, I
Charlotte.
was just about to say, Valeria, I did add I typed in a condition while we were chatting about this. So I'll read through my other ones. So I think we like the verbiage on this one. Prior to use by the contractor, the proposed access road from Reservoir Road shall be restored with fresh gravel, as well as after project completion to fill the existing vehicle ruts. Do we like that language? Did you
Yes.
guys want that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just as a reiteration to one of our general conditions in our stormwater permit template, any changes to plans from other state, local, federal permits shall be submitted to the commission in writing prior to implementing those changes to determine if an amended stormwater permit is needed. And then this is a note on the site plans. I just reiterated it as a condition. Limit of work shall be staked along with all required erosion controls inspected by the agent as part of the pre-construction inspection. And then tree protection barriers and or construction fences shall be installed along both sides of the construction entrance as necessary to prevent any damage from heavy machinery entering the site. I can take this one out since it doesn't seem like it may or may not be used unless you guys want to keep it in here. And then the barrier shall be inspected by me as part of pre-construction. But since they're not going to have heavy machinery using the access road from Reservoir, I don't know if you want me to just take it out entirely, or if you do want construction fences or barriers along either side of the access road. That can also be up to the contractor if they're using it. And then the last condition I had was tree replacement shall be required if the project budget allows to replace the trees being removed for the tennis court and walkways. Native deciduous trees at least 2 inch in caliper or coniferous trees at least 6 to 8 feet in height should be planted as replacement trees. That's our standard requirement for size, for tree plantings for wetlands permits. So I just use that as a guide. But I didn't know if you guys wanted to revise this one since they're not going to be using heavy construction vehicles through Reservoir.
I think you just leave it in there if they need that.
Okay.
If they need to move something heavy in there on that road.
Okay. I might just add prior to use by the contractor just to.
Yeah.
Yep. Just to make it clear. All right. And then Chris and Valeria, did you guys like this language for the trees if the project budget allows?
Well, we have true trees in the bank, Charlotte.
Which one? Oh yeah, but that's not for this project. Sorry.
Oh.
That's for a different.
It was going to go on town property, and it could.
Yeah, we wanted a specific town property though, so not this one.
Oh, okay. So Chris McIntyre, is that adequate for you?
I can also change this to shall.
Budget allows. I mean, it's I guess it is what it is. It's a town budget, but I think that should be, prioritized over any.
Prioritize over like signage or.
Yeah, certain, yes. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, point well taken. And
we could have
I'm optimistic that we'll be
any budget Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm optimistic that we'll be able to do something. The budget for this project is a little bit different than maybe some other town projects. Because this is just one project that the budget is taking care of. It's also, the project budget is also going towards work over at Beechwood Playground, and another small project, so.
So we won't
This
even,
is-
we won't even be able to, we won't even know whether the project budget has this, you know,
We'll have,
extra money because it's,
we'll have a fairly good idea when the bids come in. Because the bids for Beechwood come in the same day. However, you know, you never know what you're gonna hit during construction. So we're gonna have to carry contingency and hold that for a while until we get out of the ground. And then you know, we would love to create a vegetated barrier along that side. I just I can't commit right now that there will be funding for it.
would there be a space to actually plant the trees after the walkway goes in on the other side of the walkway? Is there a spot there to do it?
It's dense over there and the slope is relatively severe, but I think we could find a few homes, yeah.
So maybe we could put in for number 6, you know, any budget surplus shall first be used to replace the trees before being spent elsewhere or something like that. As opposed to if the budget allows, you know, if there is a surplus, it goes to this first, and then you could buy whatever else you want.
But if it's a
Here's your
combined
crew.
project, can we say something like that? Because I think it's part of 2 other projects.
I mean, I think we can after what Mark just said, with, you know, both budgets coming in at the same time, et cetera. You know, either way, we're talking about the specific budget for this project, but I'll defer. I don't want to belabor it, but I do get Chris McIntyre's point here. It's a shame to lose those trees for sound, if nothing else. So if we can put them back in, let's do it.
Okay, Valeria, do you like this language? Shall be required and shall be prioritized for use of any budget surplus to replace trees being removed for the tennis courts and walkways on the property. Native deciduous, at least 2-inch in caliper, or coniferous, at least 6 to 8 feet in height, shall be planted as replacements.
Yeah,
Does that sound
not to
appropriate?
belabor, but I think you have to take out the shall be required. Tree replacement shall be prioritized because
Okay.
it's not required, right?
Yeah, sorry, that was related to my
There we go.
previous if budget allows
Yeah.
thing. But okay, so shall be
Yeah, there we-
prioritized. Okay. All right, does that look appropriate to everyone? And Mark and Holly, does that seem feasible to you guys?
I believe so.
Yeah, I know you can't answer for the town officially, but we're gonna say prioritized.
Yeah. Okay, we got to move this along here. It seems like these are good conditions. Chris McIntyre, you want to make this motion?
Yeah, sure. I make a motion to approve the stormwater permit. With the conditions listed, the 6 conditions listed by Charlotte.
Second.
Okay, Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Larry Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0-0. So the public hearing for stormwater permit 2417 50 Bancroft Road is now closed.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome.
Have a good night.
Okay, so 140 Border Street is up. Next is a public hearing for NOI 2415 140 Border Street, dock, a ramp, and a float within the riverfront area. In accordance with haven't we already read this in? Charlotte?
Not for this one. This one's new, 140 Borders.
Oh, yeah, right. I'm thinking of, yeah, right. Okay, in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 6, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for NOI 2415-140 Border Street. The public hearing is now open.
Hi, Paul. Can you please state your name and affiliation for the record? And then we also have Phil Ivey, who's the applicant.
Paul Seberg from Grady Consulting, the project manager, here with the owner and applicant, Phil Ivey.
Great. Paul, would you like to get started and you can share your screen?
Sure. All right, can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Yep.
So this is a notice of intent for a proposed dock project at 140 Border Street. Currently, this site consists of an existing single-family home shown here. There is an existing salt marsh resource area shown here that extends out to Bailey's Creek. The northeast portion of the site is located in a FEMA flood zone, elevation AE 14. The applicant is proposing to construct a 129-foot and 4-foot wide dock shown here, along with a 3-foot wide, 33-foot long ramp down to a 10-foot wide by 20-foot long float. The dock will be supported by 24 6x6 posts and elevated 6 feet above the salt marsh, providing a 1.5 to 1 height to width ratio. The proposed project will require a special permit with the zoning board, as well as a Chapter 91 license with DEP Waterways and an Army Corps general permit. We received comments from DMF this afternoon, and our design is consistent with their comments. Construction mats shall be utilized for access across the salt marsh. No construction materials or equipment will be stored in the salt marsh. There are no proposed piles within the tidal flat area. The float will have float stops as recommended to prevent grounding of the float. And also the dock provides the 1-inch decking spacing and 1.5 to 1 height to width ratio as I recommended. That's recommended by DMF. And also all staging and storage materials will be stored in the upland portion of the site adjacent to the house here. At that point, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Where's the float going to be stored off season, and how will it be removed and replaced?
So the float will either be stored on the property in the upland area, or they can rent a space to store it. It will be removed by water through Bailey's Creek out to the harbor area.
So it won't, like, even if they store it on property, it won't traverse the salt marsh to remove and store it?
Right. Yeah, right, exactly.
So in other words, you're going to transport that float on the walkway, correct?
They'll most likely remove it through Bailey's Creek by water and then transport it back to the property or store it offsite somewhere.
I see. Okay. So we do have a regulation that you cannot drag anything across the salt marsh.
Right. Yeah, we would not do that, though.
Yeah. Or store it on the salt marsh like the neighbor, it looks like.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions, commissioners?
Is this a new property?
No, this is an existing house.
Do you have a loci map just to understand where it is?
See if I can pull this up. Here's the Google image here. So here's Border Street here.
Mm-hmm.
And here's our property right here.
So
Can I ask you to zoom out again a little?
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I just want to, I'm just trying to understand where this is. Okay.
Right on the Situate Cohasset line.
Yep.
I believe it runs through here.
Does the existing float belong to your client?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And that will be removed as part of this project.
And float 10 by, I can't quite read. Oh, it's 10 by 20, the proposed float.
That's correct.
Yeah, we usually try to go
Oh,
a little smaller, don't we, Tom?
Yeah, usually.
What size is your current float?
I don't have the exact dimensions, but it looks to be about, I'd say 5 by 20 as compared to the proposed float.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, is that float ever going to, does Bailey's Creek completely, or almost completely go dry at low tide?
Yes, it does.
I'm just looking back through the years here to see if I can catch it at low tide.
Yeah, there's one good one in there. Yeah, what year it is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll say
Yeah.
it goes empty.
Right.
And so it's going to have float stops on it so that it doesn't sit on the bottom.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I know you said this. What's the height of it?
The deck will be 6 feet above the salt marsh, providing the 1.5 to 1 height to width ratio.
Yeah.
That's recommended by DMF. The minimum is 1 to 1, but everybody really likes to see the 1.5 to 1.
Yep.
Charlotte, I didn't see the other DMF recommendations. Could you give us a brief rundown or anything else significant or?
Sure, I can pull up the letter and I can summarize it if that's easier. And sorry, yeah, we just got it today. They were submitted, or they were given to us later this afternoon, or earlier this afternoon, excuse me. Sorry, Paul, I'm just gonna take over a little bit.
Nope, not a problem at all.
So this, yeah, DMF's letter just gave it to us today. They are recommending the work be conducted from the uplands where possible, mats be utilized when in transit across the marsh as necessary, no construction materials stored in the marsh. Work sequence during the winter when vegetation is dormant, temporarily disturbed to be restored, pre-existing conditions. They talk about the pier potentially affecting shellfish resources, leachates from pressure treated wood used for support piles may negatively impact it. They don't really have any recommendations for that. And I'm sorry, Paul, are you using true graded decking? I'm sorry or true flow graded decking, and I apologize if I missed that.
No, we're not using that. I'm not sure why
Okay.
they added that in
Yeah, I don't know
there.
why they put that comment in there. So yeah, okay, so we can ignore that one. And then they recommend staging and storage of construction equipment be located on the upland side, and obviously no refueling. You know, I would say no refueling in the resource area. If it is refueled on site, adequate containment and cleanup material should be required. And then again, they're just pleased to see the 1.5 to 1 ratio for the height width of the dock.
Just on the decking, what is the spacing and how does it impact shading?
So the minimum requirement, I believe, is 3/4 of an inch spacing. We're providing 1 inch spacing. So a little bit wider than the minimum requirement to allow additional sunlight to penetrate through the dock. But we're also providing that 1.5 to 1 height to width ratio with the combination of the two, as stated in their comments, is what they recommend, and their studies show that provides adequate sunlight to the salt marsh beneath the dock.
Mhm.
Can you slow down? There was some, I was just trying to read that 1 to 1, or, oh, there it is.
Sorry,
1 to 1
yep.
ratio.
Yeah, so they were just trying to say in this bullet point that deck spacing alone does not help with, does not reduce shading impacts from previous studies. So they're saying that graded decking or something like that should not be used as a substitute to replace the 1.5 to 1 ratio. So the 1.5 to 1 ratio is definitely the most important. Deck spacing is more of a secondary BMP, but they're going with 1-inch spacing. So I don't think they're not doing graded decking. So I don't know where this comment came from. I don't know if it's just a template that they have, but yeah. So they're not replacing that with the 1.5 to 1.
Further comments? Charlotte, do you have any conditions you have?
I did not until I got this letter. So, I mean, I like their, obviously, this one, you know, doing the work from the uplands whenever possible, using mats to transit the salt marsh, as Paul explained, no materials stored in the marsh, work in the marsh sequenced in November to March. Is that feasible for the contractor and the applicant to do it more in the winter months when vegetation's dormant?
I know the applicant really wants to get moving on this project once they receive their Army Corps and DE
Yeah.
Chapter 91 license. So
Probably won't
that
happen
may
until the
line
fall
up.
though, right?
Yeah, I know, probably won't happen until the fall, so it might line up perfectly, but I would like to leave that open so he could get started if possible.
Okay. These are just recommendations from DMF. So I mean, if the commission wants this as a condition, you know, that it's up to you, but I at least like this first part. It's pretty much common sense. And then as another condition,
You jumped over. What about the leachates on the, like, is it gonna be pressure treated?
So we'll be using CCA lumber, which is also one of their recommendations for treated wood.
mhm.
So that's what this is commonly used for docks.
Yeah, and it's not the other one, which was it ACQ treated wood, which is no longer allowed or
I
available?
believe so, yeah.
Yeah, we used to have a template condition about that in our order conditions, but we took it out because the materials were no longer used. But yeah, CCA, is it CCA that's still used?
CCA is the EPA
Much more
approved, yeah.
recommended from an
Yep.
environmental perspective.
Correct.
Should we
So I don't
just
know if you
specify
guys
that?
want to reiterate that CCA treated wood is only allowed, no ACQ treated wood. I don't know if you guys want that as a condition. And then for other conditions, I mean, you know, staging, obviously common sense, fuel stuff, you know, obviously no refueling in the marsh. So I mean, if you want to just copy the wording from the bullet points, we could do that, at least for this one, and then the first bullet, and then it's up to you guys on any seasonal timing restrictions or not.
Well, it is a very long walkway, and so the area that can be impacted is fairly significant. I mean, I'd really lean towards, yeah, it should be done in a dormant period.
I'd agree.
You said 130 feet?
Yes, it's 100, yeah, 130, 129, so pretty much 130 feet.
Yeah.
Less than that, a little bit less than that in the salt marsh, but not much. They
Yeah.
will be using the construction mats, which do work very well. And another common practice is once they drive these posts in, they set up temporary staging across them. So then they
Yeah.
can walk across that rather than on the salt marsh as well.
Yeah, right, okay, so you're gonna build it out rather than work from the sides.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to walk on staging than it is across the salt marsh as
Yeah,
well.
okay, so I would say that should, if you're not going to can't work between November and March, then you are gonna work off your staging. Or off the pier as it's built, stepping it out. And that should really minimize any impact to the vegetation out there.
Give me 1 second. I can try to summarize this in a different way. All right. All right, so do we like this first condition?
Yeah,
The work shall be conducted in uplands where possible. Construction mats shall be utilized when in transit across the salt marsh is necessary, and no construction materials or equipment shall be stored in the salt marsh. And then, sorry, so did, we do want this in the fall, or we don't?
no, not necessarily. If they can actually build this off of the, just as the construction progresses.
Okay,
without actually getting onto the marsh, then I think that solves that problem completely.
okay. I think I can combine this, materials, staging, refueling, or equipment. No construction materials, refueling.
So Paul, is there an engineering term for constructing off off a deck?
Not really. A temporary staging shall be placed as the posts are set for access across above the marsh, something along those lines.
Kind of like to hear some engineering term that everybody would understand, and not ambiguous.
Right.
Well, you could just say that if someone gets stuck in the salt marsh, you have to leave them there, and then they'll get up on the decking very quickly.
Okay. There, that's looking good, Charlotte.
Where possible, or just keep it all portions of the dock? Because I mean, they might need to transit the marsh for some work.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I could say as much as possible.
Yeah, practicable, right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Also, my computer's lagging, so I apologize. There we go. All right, and then fuel spills from refueling, hold on. Basically just no refueling allowed in the marsh. Or if equipment is fueled on site, do we want it like away from the marsh, obviously?
Yeah.
Yes.
Outside of all buffers. Landward side of all buffers.
Okay. There we go. Keep it simple. And then do we want a condition about the storage of the float? That is in our regulations. So
Yes, that's fine. It's in the regulation.
Yeah, if it's in the regulations, we don't need to
yeah,
add
it's not allowed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How's that? Oop. You
Yeah,
don't need to, I'll save it. Does that look acceptable?
yeah, that looks good. Okay. Chris McIntyre, you gonna author this one?
No.
No. Okay, I'll do it. Let me see, where am I? I move that we issue an order of conditions as presented on screen and entered into our minutes for NOI 2415, 140 Border Street.
Second,
Okay, Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
aye.
Chris McIntyre. Chris McIntyre. I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Valeria Romano,
Larry Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Motion passes 6-0, and I'll make a motion to issue a variance for work in the buffer and the resource and close the public hearing.
Partially, and then resource area.
What's that?
It's barely in the 50, but yeah, I mean, it's mostly all resource area.
Yeah, well, we'll cover it by
Yep.
issuing a variance for both. So, let me restate
Second.
that. Wait a minute, let me restate it, since I kind of got interrupted there in the middle, I guess, or at the end. So I move that we issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer and in the resource and close the public hearing for NOI 2415. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valeria Romano, Valeria Romano, Sanchi Fernando.
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
I'm sorry, I was double muted. Valeria Romano, aye. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay, that motion passes 6-0-0. The public hearing for NOI 2415, 140 Board Street is now closed.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, could I
Yes.
propose a brief break or?
Yes, sure. 5 minutes. It's 8:49. Let's do it at 8:55. Is that good enough?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Not a problem. Why won't my camera start? What is going on here? There we go. Okay, we're back.
We have everyone. Valerio, you there? Valerio, you're muted. You want to give him another second or Valerio, if you can hear us, we're all back now and you're muted.
There we go.
I'm here.
There you
Okay.
go. All right.
Excellent. Thank you. Next is public hearing for NOI 2416, 252 Cedar Street, single family home reconstruction project. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 6, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. The remote participation on Zoom platform for NOI 2016, 140 Border Street. The public hearing is now open.
Good evening, members of the commission. Brad Holmes with ECR, representing Drew Wojciechowski for his property at 252 Cedar Street. I think he may be in the Zoom audience and possibly Joe
Yeah.
Webby as well. If
Yeah,
you can find him.
I don't see them, but if they want to raise their hand, I can promote them.
Okay, great. Well, thanks. Okay, if I share my screen?
Yep.
So we've submitted a notice of intent for a single family home reconstruction project. This is the property at 252 Cedar Street. I've put a little color to it as kind of a presentation plan from the site plans. The brown areas are areas of degraded riverfront, which would consist of structure. So we have a driveway, an existing garage, an existing home, a deck, an existing shed on the property. This is the lot line here at 252 Cedar. We're within the close proximity to Turkey Hill Run, which is a USGS map perennial stream. There's a little bordering vegetative wetland fringe that is associated with the perennial stream. There's an isolated wetland pocket here, a very small wetland pocket here, and another bordering vegetative wetland to the south. With that comes the 50-foot buffer zone to the bordering vegetative wetland, the 100-foot buffer zone to the wetland, to the bordering vegetative wetland. There's also a BVW across the street. And then you have the 25-foot offset to the isolated vegetative wetland pockets. We also have Turkey Hill, as I mentioned, a perennial stream. So you have the 100-foot riverfront and 200-foot riverfront. And if we didn't have enough resource areas on site, we added another one consisting of bordering land subject to flooding, which is the FEMA flood zone, which is at this elevation here, elevation 34, which runs through here. So I've labeled the 50, the FEMA line, the 25, that gives you a 100-foot buffer, and the 200. So there's a very small portion of the property that's along this eastern property line that's outside the jurisdiction of the commission, but in essence, we're fully within the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction. I'll pull up the proposed conditions plan. So what we're looking to do is to tear down the existing building and shed and garage and reconstruct a new dwelling. It's generally within the footprint of the existing home. There will be some associated grading around the structure, a new well, a new roof infiltration system to accommodate the roof runoff from the proposed structure. So we're removing that shed that was out here, removing that garage. There's also a new septic system to service the house. There's a septic leach pit here on the I can go back to if you'd like, from the existing that will be abandoned and a new septic system will be installed to service the house. Um, this project is a riverfront redevelopment project, and there's certain standards that we have to meet with that. We're actually reducing the amount of degraded area in the riverfront, so the existing conditions, as I showed you, was about 13.3%. This proposal is at just a little under 12.9%, so we're actually reducing the amount of degraded riverfront. There's no work in the 25-foot buffer. There's no work in the 50-foot buffer to the bordering vegetated wetlands. There's no work in the FEMA flood zone. And the work is generally within the 100 to 200-foot riverfront area. I'll pull up quickly photos. This is the existing home. This is that driveway. This is that garage that's just close to the 200-foot riverfront area limit. This is it if you're looking at the back of the house from the southern portion of the site. And this is the existing series of sheds at the rear of the property that will be fully removed. I'll pull it back to the proposed conditions plan. So overall, it's a fairly environmentally friendly project as far as a redevelopment project, because we're not exceeding what is already there, and we're actually moving structures further away because we're moving that shed and getting things further away from the resource area. And we're, of course, upgrading the site with a new septic system and roof infiltration. Once we're done, we'll re-landscape the project so that we, loam and seed any disturbed areas. And it included in the notice is that any sort of landscape plant material would consist of native species selected from the town of Cohasset plant list. We're not proposing mitigation plantings, but if you were to plant some areas around the foundation as typical landscape plants would, we would use the native plant list. So with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Commissioners,
So is there any tree removal in this process?
Not, I don't believe there is. Let me go back to the picture. As you can see, this is the back of the house where the home's going to go in this location.
Yeah.
This is in this area, and this is, in this area. So there really isn't any tree removal.
Okay. And
why
this
selected the proposed location for your SAS?
Well, trying to get it away from the resource areas to the extent possible. These are where the test pits. There are areas of ledge out here, so I think they try to situate the septic system around that.
Brad, just to confirm, has the septic work been submitted to Board of Health yet?
No, Terry McSweeney is waiting
Yep.
for us to get through this process, then we'll file with the Board of Health.
Okay.
Could you, oh, I see. Okay. The orange dashed line is the 100-foot riparian boundary.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, and this is the 200-foot here.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a conflict of interest, so I'm going to abstain. I think that's how I say it.
And Brad, it looks like the water from the street's kind of coming up or across the driveway. Is that correct?
I think you're right. I think the topography sheds in that direction. I haven't witnessed that, but I would be in agreement with what you're talking
Okay.
about.
I have no other questions.
Yeah, that's got all kinds of regulatory lines.
We do, we have a lot of, well, resource areas. We have two resource areas. We have the riverfront as a resource,
Yeah.
and we have bordering land subject to flooding as a resource.
Yeah,
And then we have the buffer zones. But thankfully, we're not in the riverfront. I'm sorry. Thankfully, we're not in the bordering land subject to flooding. We're within the riverfront regulations, and we're consistent with the redevelopment standards. And then as far as the buffer zone, we're able to stay outside the 50-foot buffer to the BVW, and we're outside the 25-foot buffer to the IVWs.
yeah. I mean, the only thing that I would like to see if it's feasible is to move that SIS outside of that 100-foot boundary.
I don't have an objection to that, and we could try to push it towards the north. I just don't want to speak for the septic design because I know the test pits are there for a reason.
So they found a place that'll perk, basically.
Right.
Yeah. And just taking a closer look, you said that there is outcrop somewhere here?
There is, I don't know if it will show up in the photos, but I know there are areas of ledge. You can kind of see it here behind the trash can.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some in here. This is further and you can see some areas. So I know there are areas of ledge out there. The existing septic system is a leach pit here.
Was that a cesspool?
You call it out as a septic pit. So
Yeah.
I think it is a cesspool.
Yeah. Oh, good to see that disappear.
Correct.
Right next to the well too. Good side.
Yeah. Hopefully the well's deep.
Yeah. How far does the well need to be away, or the SAS need to be away from the well? It's probably
100 feet as far
100
as
feet, yeah.
it's my understanding.
Yeah. So I don't see a scale here. So is it, if they move it to the north a bit, are they still going to be consistent with that?
Well, there's the wells proposed here.
Yeah.
It might be able to be shifted a little bit up. I don't want to commit to anything that I'm not knowledgeable.
Do you have a schematic for the test pit?
Let me see.
Either one of them?
We did submit septic system plans. I can see if they're. Let's see. That's the system design. Let me see if I can. I don't think I have a profile of the test pit.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter because it has to pass a percolation test anyway.
Yes.
So. Oh, I see. So yeah, they probably can't move it because the septic tank's right there. Can't move it much.
Right.
Okay.
And then we also have another, now that we're talking about it, there's a well here for the neighbor, which restricts us from being 100 feet.
Yeah, okay. Well, but that radius line or the arc there.
Yeah, you have a little bit, you might be able to sneak it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you can drag it out of the 100-foot buffer that would be desirable, I think.
I can ask for that to be, looked at.
Okay,
I don't necessarily want to make a restriction as
Yeah.
a special condition just because I don't want to have to come back to you, but we'll certainly, try to do that.
all right.
Brad, I have this suggested language for a condition if it's agreeable to you and the applicant. So I just drafted a quick, actually, Tom, I can wait if you have more questions, but yeah.
I don't.
Don't. Okay. So I just drafted two conditions, that the proposed septic system is contingent upon approval from Board of Health. Any changes from Board of Health's review shall be submitted to the commission in writing to determine whether an amended notice of intent is required prior to implementation of those changes. That's pretty standard. And then the proposed leaching field for septic system shall be moved outside the 100-foot buffer to the maximum extent possible. Does that sound feasible, Brad?
I think so, but with that maximum extent possible, I think
Yeah.
that covers it.
Yeah. So
Yes.
not moved, just to the maximum extent.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I have my template for required inspections, but that's pretty standard. I can pull it up just so you guys can see it. But I have to, if you give me one moment, I just have to copy and paste it all.
No, that's fine. You don't have to pull it up.
No? Okay. Well, the required inspections would obviously be pre-construction. And then there is an administrative stormwater permit that has been submitted. So technically no hearing is required for the administrative stormwater permit, but I will be reviewing it, obviously contingent upon your decision tonight. And I was going to include a condition for the test pit for the stormwater permit. So the inspections would be pre-construction, stormwater before, filling, prior to backfilling, before landscaping and final construction. So with those two conditions about the septic system as well.
So Brad, your proposed 2665 square feet of that's your new footprint, degraded footprint.
Correct. That includes the driveway as well.
That includes the driveway, the infiltration chamber.
I didn't put the chamber in there because that would be subsurface, but I included everything in brown is the 2665.
Okay. All right. Is anybody going to
Here, I'll pull this up. I can pull this up just so you guys don't have any other edits.
I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Brad.
Okay.
So the two conditions we discussed that I just read earlier, and then the following inspections for pre-construction, stormwater, pre-landscaping, and final.
Yeah, good.
And those are in addition to the template, right?
In addition to the template, yes. If you guys are okay with it, I'll just add these inspections to the template so I don't have to read them every single time.
Good idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are the two that I drafted for the septic system, just so that, maximum extent possible for trying to move it out of the 100, and that the approval is contingent upon Board of Health, and changes have to come back to us if there are any.
Yep.
Okay. So I move to issue an order of conditions for NOI 2416 with our standard template as conditions plus the 3 items that have been proposed and entered into the record.
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Valeria Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando. Oh, he's recused. Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 5-0-1. And I move to issue a. Wait a minute. Do we?
I don't think, Brad, no 50-foot buffer, no 25, and no inner riparian.
Yeah. So you don't need a variance here. It looks like. Okay. So the public hearing for NOI 2416, 252 Cedar Street is now closed.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Night.
Thanks, guys.
Next is the resumption of the public hearing to amend NOI 192070 Border Street. This is a revised dock design. It's been continued from December 7th, 2023. Want to promote George? You are.
Person, sorry.
George and his brother is
Sorry, Greg.
Unfortunately, I'm using two different means of technology.
doppelganger.
Yeah, George, did you need both? I see George, MG.
I do need both because I
You need
want to
both. That's okay. That's all
show
right.
some pictures. Thank you. Also, I have, Charlotte, I have Peter Flock.
Yep.
From Rivermore Engineering, if you could promote.
Yep.
He's just on his phone, and then Steve Lynch from SM Lynch Construction is also should be promoted.
You said Steve?
Steve Lynch, yeah.
I don't see Steve in the audience right now, but if he wants to raise his hand, if he is there, I will promote him.
He might have fallen asleep. I'll remind him.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Peter, can you please state your name and affiliation for the record? You're muted.
There he
Can you
is.
hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Peter Falk, Rivermore Engineering.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, good evening. Thank you for hearing us. So we're back in front of you just to amend our permit. Last time we spoke, we came to you for two reasons. One was one of the conditions, the 53rd condition on our permit, did not allow any kind of construction materials on the surface. And when we discovered that we were in mostly ledge, one of the options was to have a small excavator come down if we were not able to drive piles and do some small excavation at low tide and come right off. So it'd be only for a couple hours for 1 or 2 days. That was the first reason. And then we also looked at reducing the amount of piles that we were driving in, which was something that the state had asked us to look at. So the plan that you see now, we've gone from 28 piles down to a maximum of 10. And we've changed the design, which again helps us in terms of the construction. And I have photos I can show you. I think there's some questions about what it might look like. So that's the plan. And Charlotte, if you could let me
You're muted, Charlotte.
Oh, sorry, Chris. I said go ahead. I'm sorry, George. You said you can share your screen.
Yeah. Leaving. So Charlotte, I'm just back on again with the other George, should be on a George McGee, maybe if I can share that one. Join as panelists.
Yep.
So here's an aerial of the site. This is Cohasset Harbor. You can see the Gulf River and the Border Street Bridge here. This is the Lobster Pound. And then the red line is the proposed project. And one of the reasons I wanted to show you this was I do have the letter today that we received this afternoon from the harbor master. I don't know if everybody got a chance to look at it, but she had a couple of concerns about reducing the number of pilings that it may capture boats that break off their moorings. So I just wanted you guys to see what really might, I mean, we're in this
You
part of
haven't, George, sorry, you haven't actually expanded that photo. You just kind of selected it. We see your file of all the different pictures in here.
I don't see your cursor either.
You're sharing your screen, but it's not the aerial.
Double click one of the files.
It's not showing the picture of the harbor?
It is, but it's like a file thumbnail in a folder.
Okay. I don't know why this.
Probably have to double click it to open it in a viewer.
Or if you have a second display, maybe.
I'm seeing it on mine. You guys aren't seeing it on yours?
Yeah, you might, if you're seeing on yours, maybe you've selected the wrong screen to share, or it's sharing a window behind your screen.
There. You got it.
Yep.
Okay. My wife says 4 years into Zoom meetings, we still can't figure it out. So are you seeing the harbor now?
Yeah, but you need to scoot the photo to the north so that we can just barely see your red scribble there on the south end of it.
For whatever reason, I'm only seeing a very small piece of it. Let me start over again. So you can see the harbor, you can see the red line.
Part of it.
I think it's more important to see that where the extent of the harbor is and where we are close to the lobster pond. We're in a very small part of that section. And again, the reason for this was to answer the question that a lot of debris comes in here. And the harbor master had mentioned that there was a boat that had shown up there, but that's one boat in my 30 years of living here. This is down by the cove. This is not looking. Can you see that down by the cove?
Still a thumbnail, but I think we can see it well enough you can make your point that when they wash up, they don't wash up on your shore. They wash up in the down by the
down by the cove by the new project.
Yeah, right.
And again, this I understand her point, but as we looked at it, the likelihood of it happening where we are is pretty small especially when you look at taking a plan. Can you see that now? The plan with the red line? Damn.
Yeah, I think we can see it well enough. We can see where you are in the harbor next to the lobster pound.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you. This is So this is our plan, and the red line shows what the tide is. Right, so at high tide, the water's a couple of feet below the dock on the far left, which is on Border Street. And as the tide recedes, where it ends at the red line, it's basically at 100 feet out, which is where the end of our piers are. So a boat would be grounded before it would go underneath our pier. So this just came in this afternoon. I didn't have the chance to meet with the harbor master, but if you understand my thinking process, we don't have 10 or 12 feet of exposed pier because there's no water there. So a boat would be grounded before it would get underneath the pier. The other thing is that it's pretty close. It's within 30, 40 feet of the lobster pound. So it's a very small area that a boat would have to find its way in and then, get underneath. So I'm not sure how big a concern that really is, but I just wanted to show you how small and minuscule it could happen, the likelihood of it happening would be.
But at high tide, there's water.
It seems to me that that's
Sorry,
the concern of the harbor master rather than us.
Okay. There was a question about the what it's going to look like. And there's a couple of examples.
I think we're going to have to live with the thumbnails.
Sorry about that.
There you go. It's just.
There it is.
There we go.
So this is an example that the manufacturer is going to do. And so it's different than what you typically see where you have wooden, up here you have the wooden pier. These are basically gangways that are horizontal and then go down to a gangway. And these are pilings. So this is not what it would exactly look like, but it gives you an understanding of it. Of what it may, what it's close to be looking like.
And is that in place all year?
So what would be in place all year would be the horizontal pier, the gangway, and the float would not be there off season.
Oh.
I'll find another example. I give up. I give up.
This load's even slower than Charlotte's computer.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
There we go. So again, it shows how there'd be a couple of pilings and then the horizontal gangway. And again, that's in reaction. I talked to Charlotte earlier that some members had a question of what it may look like. Historically, this area had a wooden pier from all the way from the Atlantic parking lot over to the lobster pond. And over the last 100 years, that pier was washed away. And so when in 1978 was the last year that they had a pier, and what it was a gangway from the Border Street Road down to a float that sat in the mud, a gangway that went to another float that sat in the mud, and then a gangway out to the float. That would be for me, that'd be the most ideal situation. But I was told, years ago that we couldn't do that. I did want to ask a question because I did hear on the earlier presentation for 140 Border Street that if that float was at dead low tide, it would be projected off. Is that a possibility for here? Could I replace instead of doing these, piers and having to go into the rock and everything else, could I do a similar situation where there's small floats that at dead low tide, they're low, but they're sitting off the ground?
Yeah, that's fairly common, and I think it's required by DMF to protect shellfish. So the word escapes me, a float. Okay.
So again, I was told, 6 years ago that we couldn't do that. That's why we've been struggling to try to build this big pier. But if there was an opportunity to do a gangway to a small float, we could actually do I was just penciling it out after listening to 140 Border Street. We could do a 50-foot gangway to a small float, 4x4, to a 50-foot gangway to another 4x4 out to my float. At dead low tide, those two small 4x4s would sit on the sea, but it would be, if there was
they're like sled runners underneath them, basically, and I think it holds the bottom of the float about a foot off the bottom.
Is that something?
And the objective there is not to smother the shellfish at low tide.
Is that something the commission would entertain?
I believe that it's recommended by DMF. Charlotte, isn't that right?
Sorry, was this for the float stops or?
Yeah, float stop. That's yeah, right.
Yeah,
Charlotte.
I haven't seen it like consistently, but it definitely for a lot of the docks in Little Harbor, DMF often has a comment to add the float stops to prevent, the constant rising and falling and impact to the bottom substrate. So yeah, I mean, I have seen that definitely as a recommended BMP from DMF.
Yeah, I don't know what they think about your kind of daisy chain of floats. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that come before us. But yeah, that sounds like an alternative that you might consider. Probably a lot cheaper. Probably a lot cheaper.
That would solve a lot of issues in terms of, what we've spent a lot of time on is trying to come up with a solution, and we think we have one. We definitely can, 20 feet out, there's a ledge there that we can connect to and have a very secure connection for the first 20 feet. And then we did some testing of the soils another 50 feet out, and we found we got to 8 feet. And that's enough to do typical piers that you just drive in. But then when we went out another 20 feet, we found it was only 5 feet. And that's where the big question came, is when we actually are constructing it, if we couldn't drive the piles as typical, then we'd have to bring a machine out, dig it out, within an hour, and then get to the bedrock. And that's what we got approved by DMF. But if we could do the floats that we just talked about, I hate to kick this down the street, but maybe that's something that we should look at, because that would solve a lot of issues if that was.
I mean, if the commission's open to that as a condition, I'm typing some suggested conditions now, but I just wrote that we can get to that later.
We'd need to see a plan for that.
Oh, okay.
We can't do that on the fly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But obviously there's an advantage to that, George, in that you can drag all those floats to an upland area, just take them over the boat ramp and haul them out. And so during the off season, you don't have a lot of infrastructure hanging out there that's going to corrode, that could get hit by something, and it certainly might allay Lori's fears that during the winter or something, that if something comes loose, it could smack into your pier or get stuck underneath it. So
my thought is we do the first 20 feet and we go into the bedrock, and then that stays, and that alleviates her issues about boats. I don't know, Peter Falk, have you ever question about, do you have any?
Well, George, I'm just raising the issue here. We do have a feasible design on the board in front of everybody here. Do we want to move forward and try to get this resolved instead of and then look at another design? Because we're not going to be able to get something in front of them that you're talking about right now. We only have what we got right now. Just a thought.
George, can we see the plan up above?
That one there?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Does how far does your property go into the harbor?
It goes out to Mean Low, which is about to where the third piling is there.
Okay. All right.
So actually this is interesting. If you look at this, if we did go into the bedrock on the far left with the structure that stayed there, and then this section and that section were the gangways, and these two where Peter has put the pilings, instead of putting pilings, those are just small floats that are again projected off the, what's the terminology you used earlier with 140? When it sits up?
Stops.
Yeah. So if these were too small, 4x4 or smaller, with float stops.
Mr. Chair,
So
we're,
then-
we're over the 15 minutes. Sorry, George, to interrupt you. But, as Peter said, I guess, George, do you want to just move forward with this proposed design, and any future modifications, especially with a reduction in work, might be able to come to me potentially instead of through another amended permit? We can figure that out. It depends on the changes being proposed, but do you still want to move forward with your proposed amended plan as is?
I would, and I think if the board understands that the only difference would be, instead of doing piles here and here, there would be the floats that are projected off.
We would consider that when it came before us, but I think we need to consider again what you've got here. And I don't recall what did we request? This was long enough ago, so I don't really remember exactly what our objections were to, or recommendations were.
What I believe the two recommendations were DMF, and we do have a letter from DMF, and I talked to them about doing this exact plan. And if we had trouble going further to the right out here with driving piles, to bring a small excavator out for a few hours to excavate, they were fine with that. And Charlotte has that letter. I have a copy of that letter. That was one question you guys asked. And then the second was obviously the harbor master's concern. The other thing that the harbor master brought up, at the very end was if anything needs to be brought in with a crane, because of all the electrical lines and everything else there. So Steve Lynch he's our contractor. He's worked in the harbors for about 35 years and is very familiar with dealing with cranes and everything else, and moving infrastructure in with electrical lines. In fact, he had that same issue when he rebuilt the old salt house wall for us, when they had to bring the concrete trucks in. So Brian just asked that we work with him, which we obviously will, but we've got experience with doing that. So those are the three things, Charlotte, that I recall we had to come back with.
Yes, that's what I have. And in trying to address the concerns from the harbor master, I have just a recommended general condition about that, and a condition obviously working with DPW. We'll leave the potential float modifications out of this for now, but I know your other request as a part of this amended order was to revise the language in condition 53, which I can pull up. I'm trying to think of a way to best write this out, because I don't think you are using a barge But what was the other equipment that you may be using? Not an excavator, but didn't you say something else might be brought in?
A small excavator if we do need to dig at the far right-hand side of the project.
Okay.
And 53 said that we couldn't put anything on the surface. And that's what the question was to DMF, and they didn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
This is Valerio, briefly. So right now, are we not sure the final design? I mean, I understand that if we're just going to sort of not deal with the float issue, but if we're talking about different pilings, I mean, this is a fairly stark and substantial change to what the existing, harbor is, right? I mean, this is going to be a big difference for the community as a whole to have this there compared to what we're looking at right now and what's there. And if we're going to vote to approve a project where right now the idea is that we're going to be changing pilings again, which I have no problem with. I'd rather approve. I'm not opposed to the project, but I'd rather approve what is actually planned to being built and not have a big change like that be some sort of administrative thing. So certainly we can go ahead with what we have now, and everybody knows that you may come back before us, and that's one option. But I don't know what I wouldn't want to just have the float and a substantial change like that be something that's administrative. I'd like to see what the actual proposal is and what's going to be built and approve that specifically.
Yeah, well, I think that could be covered by just an amended order of conditions, and depending on the complexity or the desires of the commission, then we could require that it be brought before us and not done administratively if that's a concern. So
okay,
I don't see that as a barrier to evaluating this, and
I don't either.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I just have to stress the time.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with us reviewing this and you, the board, giving an opinion on this. And if we do think that the other one makes more sense, then we'll obviously come back to the board and not do it.
Yeah, and then you
Okay.
just come back for an amended order of conditions, and
Okay,
we'll address that if and when it happens.
I agree. Thank you.
So it sounds like it sounds like you've satisfied or have you satisfied the harbor master here? There was the issue of the location and I guess the size and how high it is off the water, and so that seems I'm not clear whether she's given you the green light here or not.
No, her concern was that we had 28 piles here, and now we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And because of that, she thought that a boat could slip underneath. But I think, again, when you pragmatically, when the water table goes down, the boats couldn't get underneath the higher part because they would be beached. So again, we only got this afternoon, and I think Charlotte was putting in some kind of condition that we work with her on it. But again, when you look at where we are in the harbor, and there's been one boat in the last my 30 years here, and there was 4 boats in the cove. I mean, I don't think I should be precluded from building on my land because of the potential of somebody not tying their boat properly and it comes to my dock. I'll take the risk if it ruins my dock, but I don't think that at that point they're trespassing on my land. So I don't think I should be precluded from building it because a boat may come in at a certain condition on this little tiny corner and get stuck underneath the dock. I just think that's a real reach.
Well, I don't even think that's an issue that's
what she raised. But that's
that we
what she
have any
raised in her-
jurisdiction over. I mean, I don't see how that has a bearing.
We have vague jurisdiction in terms of recreation as a protected interest in our bylaw, which is partially defined as navigation. But again, Lori is the, she kind of supersedes that a little bit, I would say, with her jurisdiction. But we do have a general vague layer of jurisdiction in our bylaw, but not necessarily clearly delineated. But the one thing I can pull it up visually because I think we have to kind of discuss it as a part of potentially amending the order of conditions, but condition 53 will need to be revised with language that is applicable to this new design. So I can pull that up visually if we wanted to discuss that, unless commissioners had other comments.
Pull it up.
Yep.
Chris McFarland, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, if you have to meet with Lori anyway,
yep.
The idea of a double float, that one would definitely have to go past her, because you're gonna have a float and you're going to have a gangway that basically is beyond your property line.
Well, actually, no, that's
No, it
already
actually
approved.
wouldn't be.
No, that's already approved. This is just, instead of doing piers, you would, the float would sit on the surface with the tracks.
Right,
That's
so
the-
it would, so there would be no possibility of passing beneath it. It would kind of be an impediment on the water.
Oh,
That's correct. That's correct.
So
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, if you're gonna think about that, you should talk to her.
yeah, there
Yeah,
may
and
be,
that would actually solve her concern.
there may be a chapter 91 issue there. One of the reasons that these are elevated is so people like me can get under them at low tide when I'm fishing.
Does this kind of cover it? I think this is general enough, but also points it in the right direction to just basically work with the harbor master to address safety, navigation, and operation concerns. Any design modifications to address concerns shall be submitted to the Conservation Commission in writing to confirm, and if amended, NOI is needed. And then this is in relation to DPW's comment about work with a crane from the landward side. Any work done with the crane on the landward side shall be coordinated with Director of Public Works and the contractor to ensure there'll be no damage to existing electrical, drainage, culverts, seawalls within the town right away as applicable. And then the condition 53 was a specific condition about installation of the piles accomplished by working out from the completed portions of the pier. I just added to the maximum extent practicable. As George described, they'll do part of the work from there and then build out and then use the excavator for the piling. So I added this language, and then you're not using a barge. So I think we could take this language out if George is amendable to that. Is that correct? You wanted this
Yes,
language taken out?
Yeah, it's not a barge. It's basically, it's the same piece of equipment that we use to drop the moorings in the harbor that Andy does some steamboat wharf. So it's not like a barge with a tugboat.
So it's just a small vessel?
Correct.
How's that? And then I'm adding this language for driving the piles during low tide conditions and instruction from the agent and the contractor to minimize impacts on coastal resource areas.
But where does the excavator sit? It wouldn't sit in the mud, obviously. It sits on the small vessel.
No, so it
No,
would be dropped in, and there'd be pads, and it would go out for an hour or so and excavate to where the area that we need to get down to the rock, and then pull out at low tide. So it's like an hour or two at a time. And again, that's what the big issue was we had with DMF, which they have signed off on. Because
Okay.
it's not like it's a month-long project. It's a few hours, maybe for 1 or 2 days, depending on it's a tide issue.
Does this sound acceptable? That the excavator may be dropped in and utilized for driving the piles during low tide conditions with instruction from agent and contractor to minimize coastal resource area impacts. The excavator shall not be stored in the resource areas. Does that make sense? Does everyone like that language? Is there anything I'm missing?
That
It
looks-
wouldn't be driving the piles, it would be installing the piles.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. There we go.
We hassle people from cutting down Phragmites with a scythe, and we're going to drop an excavator into the middle of the harbor in the mud. But if the rest of the commission is okay, I won't oppose it. It just seems odd.
We can add language that it shall be immediately removed from the resource area upon completion of installing the piles.
Or if it's for some reason taking longer than anticipated, then we need to revisit the approach or something like that.
Well, the excavator is going to be removed as the
It's at high tide.
yeah.
High tide is gonna be out of there.
So yeah, I mean
That I understand. I'm not
nobody-
talking about the daily. I'm talking about the project. If you're going down, you know, whatever the projected duration is, if it's not achieved after. I mean, it seems to me that the DMF's concern was not about the removal, but about the duration. Is that correct? Like how the duration of the equipment on the resource?
Well, again, it's tidal, so it can only be out there for an hour or two.
Yes, but they were. All right. I think I'm talking about more like the number of days that you're doing this. You talked about a couple hours, which I understand, but you
couple
just
of hours at
referenced
a
the number
time.
of days that you would need to do this to achieve the purposes of the project.
I think it would be more than 1 or 2 days. We'll be anchoring into bedrock here with some rock anchors. So, it's kind of hard to stick it to 1 or 2 days.
So
Three?
I mean, the
Give it-
excavator
give
is
it
just
some-
there the
a
sediment
week.
off the bedrock, is that correct? And then you're going to use a rock drill to put some anchors into the bedrock?
Correct.
Yes.
So the excavator, the time out there is actually pretty low just to clean the bedrock. So you got access to for your rock drill to drop some holes in there and then grout in your pins, I suppose, right?
Yes.
This makes sense. If he goes past a week, he's got to get further approval.
That's fine with us.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Again-
what's in bold here? Sorry, Tom, just to quickly clarify.
Sure.
This is condition 53. The bolded language is what's been revised.
Okay. So Charlotte, remind me, these three are what needed to, that's why Mr. McGoldrick is back here to address.
So, yep, you're voting on to whether or not to issue an amended order of conditions with any modifications to the issued conditions. And so these are the modifications that I've drafted. So 2 new conditions and then a revision of condition 53 with the bolded language.
Okay. So with that, do we have any further questions from the commission? Or do we have anybody raising their hand out there, or any comment from the audience, Charlotte?
I don't see any questions posted.
Okay,
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
okay. So,
Sorry, Tom.
no,
Does
go-
our
go
does
ahead.
our boilerplate, it addresses everything else, right?
Yes, we already have a boilerplate with all of our other special conditions.
right.
So would be adding these 2 and revising this last one, 53.
Okay.
all right, we all good?
We're good.
Okay. So I will move to where am I? I'm lost. Hang on a second. Yeah. Okay. So I move to. I'm still lost. Hang on. It is, okay, I move to, I'm sorry, I move to approve the amendment to NOI 1920 at 70 Border Street. with the three conditions that are on screen and are added to the meeting minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Valeria Romano.
I think I'm just going to abstain from this one. Thank you, though, the chair. You don't
Okay,
need I don't think you need my vote. Thank you.
okay, Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
that motion, Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 5-0-1. And we must need some sort of variance here, right?
I'm not sure if a variance was originally issued for the project, but you'd probably amend the variance request for the modified design if you want to just be thorough.
Yeah, let's be thorough. So I move that we amend as necessary the variance for work in the resource area. There's no buffer here to be concerned about. It's just all resource, right, Charlotte?
Like a small amount.
Yes.
50. Yeah.
Okay, the resource area and the buffer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. This motion passes 5-0-1. Therefore, public hearing for NOI 2409. Oh, wait a minute, that's wrong. Why am I so lost on this? I keep moving things around.
For NOI, amended NOI 1920.
That's 70 Border Street.
Oh,
Yeah, I think he was saying
yeah,
the
okay.
hearing was
Oh,
closed.
all right. The public hearing for NOI 2416, 252. No,
No.
70 Border Street is now closed. That was a copy and paste error that didn't work out so well for me. So,
Second that.
Thank you, guys.
well, sorry, we've already voted on it. It's done. It's closed.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Good night.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we have a show cause hearing for stormwater permit 2410, 246 North Main Street. IVW buffer disturbance continued from.
Hold
May
on. I
24.
told him I was going to call him, but I've been a little multitasking here. So I'm going to promote. There we go. So we have Jeff Hassett from Morse Engineering, and I'm going to try calling the applicant, see if he's not asleep.
Hello.
Hi, Brian. We are finally on for 246 North Main Street. So can you guys hear Brian?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Brian. Jeff, would you like to get started?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Yeah, Jeff Hassett here with Morse Engineering. Good evening.
And oh, sorry, Jeff. Is there someone named Tina that's here to represent the project, or?
No.
Okay.
No,
Might
not
just
on
be
board.
oh, okay. Thank you.
So this is a continued hearing for a stormwater permit to raise and reconstruct a home at 246 North Main Street. I presented this project to you at the meeting a little over a month ago on May 2nd. And as far as the engineering and the plan to raise and reconstruct the home, there really weren't any revisions requested associated with that. But it was brought up at the meeting that there was a violation area in the back right corner of the property. And you as a commission agreed that should be addressed before moving forward with the stormwater permit. So since that last meeting, we did submit a revised plan, which I will share with you. And to give you the overview of the project, the existing driveway is here, which we're adjusting slightly, but for the most part, we're utilizing it. It's the same size. The existing home sits here, and it's a new single-family home going back in and about the same spot. And all the roof runoff goes to a roof drywall system here. The issue we had is that in the back right corner here, beyond the limit of work associated with that, the property owner went into the buffer zone to associated with an IBW, and that area has to be, replanted and taken care of. So this plan is specifying that that area is about 700 square feet to be replanted with the New England Conservation Wildlife seed mix, and then to plant it with shrubs, and they include witch hazel, high bush blueberry, shadbush, and chokeberry. So those plantings are actually already in. It's been a month now since the last meeting, but this is a picture standing in the lawn looking into that area here. The bushes have been in for a few weeks now, and the seed mix just went down in the last few days, right in there in the seed mix here. See the bushes. So with that, I'll push it back to you. Actually, I'm sorry. The only other plan change we made is that we added one additional oak tree in the backyard and 2 additional spruce trees. So other than that, the plan really hasn't changed, and I'll pass it back to you if you have any questions or comments on it.
Sure, let's start with you. What is at issue here?
For the project overall, or
No, for the show cause.
So yeah, the show cause was just to address retrospectively the encroachment in the buffer zone. The area was the site plan when it was submitted, it was not marked as a IBW or a wetland on the property. I noticed it because it was just, the activity was present when I was walking the site, and when I walked back there, it looked like there was a wetland. So we did get that confirmed from South River Environmental. The very next day, I had called Brian and Jeff on the site just to explain, what's going on. They revised the plan to include the buffer zones and the delineations for the stormwater permit. And then during the first hearing, the commission, wanted to see more information about the buffer zone restoration. We originally thought we could do it maybe through an NOI, but I think with enforcement, it's just easier to address this in a quicker stance to, mitigate, restore the site. So since the initial hearing, Brian has, as Jeff said on the plan, you'll see that native shrubs were purchased and installed in the area of disturbance of the buffer zone. And the seed mix, I think, was just put down or will be put down very shortly, just because I don't think the first round took. But since then, the back of the property where the yard was restored outside of the buffer zone has been reseeded, and the grass is coming up there. There is knotweed growing in the buffer zone, but the plantings were installed in areas where the knotweed was not at least completely taken over yet. And then the original reason for the disturbance in the buffer zone was just removal of debris that was back there. There was a lot of like trash, garbage, like stuff that was all back there that he was just cleaning up. And it was noticed that the area was a wetland. So I think the purpose of the show cause, at least for now, presently, would be if the commission has any questions or comments or additional suggestions on plantings or restoration that would need to be done that hasn't already been done. And then, obviously, once that's all set, I think that's one of the reasons why we were holding off on a decision for the stormwater permit, just to ensure that the buffer zone was taken care of first.
Yeah. So, commissioners, any questions here?
Jeff, could I just ask you to zoom in a little bit on the house?
Mm-hmm.
And the area right around it? I'm just trying to understand. Thank you.
No question?
No.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so let's move this along here. So what are we doing here, Charlotte? Move to lift the show cause at this point?
Yeah, if there's no other comments from the commission, you can vote to close the show cause and or issue a stormwater permit with or without conditions.
The stormwater permit. Yes, we've already approved that, haven't we?
Nope, we continued it because we wanted to address the concerns in the buffer zone in the back of the property first.
Okay, so maybe it'd be appropriate for Jeff to run through the stormwater permit then.
Sure. Just Jeff, just quickly, Charlotte, the remediation, does that become part of the stormwater permit? Or is it a separate issue? Like how do you know, how do you confirm that the plants live the required amount of time?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So right now, the show cause was to address the buffer zone disturbance and restoration. And then as a part of that, it was also added to the stormwater site plan. So if you wanted any conditions in the stormwater permit to just monitor the plantings, you can do that. And that could be maybe a condition with closing out the show cause hearing. So yeah, you can incorporate conditions into the permit if you wanted to monitor the plantings. I think as part of, since it's now included in the stormwater site plan, you know, obviously when the project is completed, I'll be evaluating all project work on the site, you know, for a certificate of compliance. But, you know, you're definitely welcome to incorporate any conditions about monitoring if you think that's appropriate.
Charlotte, was there any guidance from like a wetland scientist as to the restoration on this, or was it just kind of like done willy-nilly?
I can let Brian weigh in, but I believe he utilized our approved planting lists. I don't know, Brian, if you talked to the wetland scientist, but I think you mostly went by our native planting lists. Is that correct? Yeah.
So I worked with Brian on selecting the shrubs. I gave him the list from your website, and then he, you know, based on what was available, he planted that area. And then I also recommended that New England wildlife and conservation seed mix, which is used on just about every restoration project. So Brian and I kind of worked on it together.
Okay, so why don't you run through the stormwater?
Sure. So, you know, this property is currently developed with a single family home and a paved driveway. And it's a fairly straightforward stormwater permit because we're essentially using the same driveway and then building a home which is larger than the existing home. All the roof runoff goes to a roof drywall system here to promote infiltration on site. Just about all the work is in areas that are already maintained areas. So you don't get a big, naturally, you wouldn't have a big increase in stormwater runoff to mitigate. But by putting in that drywall system, we're able to reduce the rates and volumes by about 4 to 6%. There's only 3 trees that are being removed and there are 11 being planted. And the septic system has been approved by the Board of Health. And we also, you know, as part of stormwater is erosion controls, and the limit of work is marked on the plan. There'll be a multi-stock at the down gradient limit of work. And there's also a stabilized construction entrance going in at North Main Street. And stockpile areas in the backyard outside of the 100-foot wetland buffer, or not a BVW, it's an IVW, but away from the wetland.
So it doesn't look like you at least marked a test pit for the infiltration chamber on your plan. Did you do test pit there?
It's actually right on top of a cesspool. So we measure down the distance cesspools. Yeah.
Okay. All right, how convenient. Good. Question?
Jeff, is there anything slowing? I mean, I see that there's a wall on the side of the driveway, but is there anything slowing down water which is coming off the driveway?
No, there isn't. That's really an existing condition. It flows onto North Main Street and it's picked up in the catch basins. I'm not aware of any issues with that. It's been that way for many, many years.
Where is the catch basin? How far does it gotta go?
Right here.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah. So it's gotta flow down the street and across the street before it gets there.
It does, yep.
And fairly low gradient of the driveway. So you make your numbers, right?
We do. Yeah, it's rates and volumes have reduced
Yeah.
by 4 to 6% on
Yeah.
average.
So the only concern I would have would be, and this is a impervious driveway, right?
So
It's
yeah,
gravel now. I mean, it was gravel, or probably still is gravel. What's that driveway made of?
It's currently a paved driveway. There is some gravel up at the top, but it's historically been a paved driveway, and we're proposing to keep it as a paved driveway.
Yeah.
So this is the existing driveway here, and then coming back down. We're adjusting it to make it come into the street at more of a 90-degree angle to make it easier to get into, coming from the north.
Mhm.
And then just reconfiguring it slightly right around the garage. So it'll be repaved.
You could tie part of it into your infiltration chamber, couldn't you? The top of it.
Yeah, we could. Sure.
I mean, it seems like reducing the flow out onto the street is always a good thing, even if even though it's an existing condition.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a big deal to put in a catch basin, say around here, and tie it in.
Yeah.
If you want us to do that, especially if you could condition it, we'd be
Yeah.
certainly do that.
I'd like to see that.
Okay.
Put it in at what, 103, 103-foot contour, or?
Yeah, I mean, I could probably even get down to the 102, but we are
Okay, yeah, the more you can,
here, so I'd
the more you
rather
can
go.
capture off that driveway, the better. And it looks like you could probably remove well over 50% of anything that ends up on the driveway. So yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments from the audience, or questions from the audience? Sure, Charlotte.
No comments right now. Don't see anyone in the audience raising their hand.
Okay. Right. So anybody want to make a motion here, or am I gonna do it again, huh?
I think there were potentially 2 conditions. I don't know if we wanted to condition the stormwater permit to add any planting monitoring, and then adding a catch basin into the driveway between elevation 103 and 102, plus or minus, to connect to the infiltration system.
Yeah, you want to quickly write those up and put them on screen?
Hold on one sec.
Charlotte, I don't think you have to monitor the plants. I just want to make sure that the plants shown on this plan are require the same longevity as.
We don't have a condition for that with stormwater permits, so if you wanted to add one, you definitely could. But yeah, there's we're dealing with this through a show cause hearing, not through a wetlands permit. So I think if you wanted to add a condition for maintaining the plantings for 3 full growing seasons, we should probably just add it to the stormwater permit.
Okay, so I'll make a motion
Okay.
to issue a stormwater permit for, sorry, I don't have it handy. For, where are we?
Stormwater permit 2410, 246.
2410 at 246 North Main Street with the conditions that the remediation planting shall become part of the stormwater plan and shall be they need to, what do you say? They need to thrive for at least 3 growing seasons.
Shall be maintained for at least 3 full growing seasons or be replaced.
And that as a second condition, a catch basin will be added to the driveway between the, I think it was the 102 and
102 and 103 contour.
3 contours, and run to the infiltration system.
Second.
Mhm. Good.
Does this look okay?
Yep,
Yep.
Okay.
looks good. Yeah, okay. So we have our conditions up there. All right, we have a second on that?
Oh, wait, there is a comment in the audience. Tom, do you want me to read it real quick?
Yes, please.
Mr. Gallagher, if you can just quickly enter your name and affiliation for the, or your address for the record, that'd be great, but I'll just read it quickly for the purposes of time. Will the stormwater permit be able to be closed out with the plant monitoring?
Charlotte?
We've normally done that for orders of condition, so if you wanted to do that for the stormwater permit, you could.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I don't know if you want me to add language for it, but typically, you know, if you're issuing a COC, you could recommend this as an ongoing condition since it's listed in the permit. So I don't know if you want to add reminder language to do that or just figure it out later.
Language is for you, so.
Yeah. How's that?
That's great.
There we go.
Okay, now we're looking for a second.
Second.
Good. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0. Therefore, public hearing for stormwater permit 2410, 246 North Main Street is now closed.
Did we already close the show cause as well?
Oh, yeah. Do we need a motion for that or just say it's closed? I guess it is, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, it's closed.
It's closed.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you. Way past my bedtime.
Yep, for all of us. All right. Have a good night, Brian. Thanks.
Both.
Bye.
Okay. Next is resumption of the public hearing for NOI 24. 2409, stormwater permit 2413, 48 Lamberts Lane. Garage driveway retaining wall stormwater management within 100 feet of a BVW, continued from 5/2/24.
Hello.
we have Pam and John Hayden, the applicants for the project, Eugene Matty, who will be the general contractor and builder for the job, and then Rick Grady from Grady Consulting LLC.
Okay, if I share my screen?
Sure.
All right, well, we've met twice with the commission on this already, and we've also had an on-site meeting. With this revised plan, we've revised the footprint of the addition and location of the addition so that all but a very small corner of it is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. There's about a 38 square foot piece here that's still within the 100-foot buffer zone. Closest distance about 95 feet from the wetland resource area bordering vegetated wetlands. By pushing the addition back, we were able to increase the setback from the driveway to the addition. While it was straddling the 50-foot wetland setback, we were able to increase it by almost 10 to 15 feet, especially in this area here, adjacent to wetland flag number 23. This has resulted in decreased impervious coverage within the buffer zone. The commission had asked us to add more detail as far as the precise location of some trees and ledge and a couple of stumps within the proposed rain garden that has been added to the plan. The applicants proposed to remove about 684 square feet of pavement from the existing driveway here, although outside the buffer zone, this will further reduce stormwater runoff by decreasing the impervious coverages on site. They've relocated the proposed propane tank. It was originally adjacent to the 50-foot buffer zone to the left of the driveway. They've relocated it outside of the buffer zone. The applicants have also decided and agreed to do a porous pavement driveway. So the driveway will be constructed of porous pavement with a crushed stone reservoir below the porous pavement. And I think these are all items that many of them were brought up by the commission in the first place. So I hope you find these changes amenable so we can move this one off your list. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners. I believe we asked for to see an alternative where the driveway would tie into the existing driveway rather than crossing through the 100-foot buffer zone. Did you prepare that alternative?
We did not. They did look at it with their architect, and it posed some issues on the aesthetics and the approach on the driveway, which is why they were hoping that the porous pavement offering would be suitable to really accomplish the same goal.
Are they aware of the maintenance requirements for a pervious driveway, which is what, annual vacuuming? Or is it semi-annual vacuuming?
It depends on who you ask. I believe the stormwater standard says semi-annual. UNH has 2 parking lots side by side of porous pavement. One they vacuum, one they don't. And they get the same results out of both. I actually have porous pavement in my office too, so I'm familiar with it, and we've discussed it with the applicants.
So there's no evidence that vacuuming makes any difference? Is that what
That's the research that we're seeing, yeah.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
Well, it is and it isn't.
well, it depends on whether if it doesn't make any difference, does it mean that the vacuuming doesn't work, or the porous pavement ultimately plugs up and the vacuuming can't address it?
I think there's a lot less sand that gets added to it in the winter time because you don't get the freeze thaw cycles, is what we've experienced on ours. The trickle of snow that you get along the edges over the course of the winter when we get snow typically melts in the daytime, freezes at night, and tends to have people treat it with sand or salt or other things that accumulate on the surface. There's just a lot less treatment in the wintertime of porous pavement because you don't have that freeze thaw cycle.
Yeah, Well, that's an improvement over the impervious driveway that was proposed. Commissioners?
I had a question. If I recall the visit, there were there's some question of trees and what was being removed, what was not being removed in the wetland area. Can you again, if maybe I'm remembering incorrectly, but was there tree removal in the buffer zone?
There is a little bit of tree removal for the construction of the rain garden. We would like to remove the pine trees. We do believe that the holly trees are in positions that they can be retained with the proposed grading in relation to the existing grading. We've got a couple of pine trees right here in the berm. It's actually a large dead 36-inch pine tree that would be nice to remove. The stump could even stay, but it would be nice to get that out of there before it falls. Basically, there's 3 large pine trees that they would like to remove as part of the rain garden construction.
And the rain garden is like, because I'm going on memory a little bit, but like, I think the rain garden is where it is, but if it were lower down, it would already be in an area that's sort of killing the pine trees because of the moisture. Like it seemed like we were hypothesizing, I don't know if this is fact, but like that maybe the runoff in the existing grading is killing those trees.
Yeah, I think the area that the commission was looking at was a lower flat area in this
Yeah.
area here, about where this text is located. And groundwater is closer to the surface there, so I don't know that it would make sense to move the rain garden to that location. We have an area up here where we can utilize existing grade without having to fill above existing grade.
Okay, yeah,
Go ahead, Tom.
No, I was just trying to understand, like, we're making a rain garden over where you have it now, but there's almost like a naturally occurring, point where the water is collecting. I was just trying to understand how that works. Maybe I just don't understand how the contouring or hydrology would work.
Yeah, basically it's a volume analysis of the basin, volume in an area, infiltration area, and storing the volume while you infiltrate it. The lower area would be within 50 feet of wetlands is the area that we were walking and looking at. So we would really prefer to keep it outside of the 50-foot wetland setback in the location that's proposed.
So with respect to the 36-inch dead pine, our policy is leave it in place. And after it falls, leave it in place. It's in the 50-foot buffer, so.
That's fine, I asked.
It doesn't pose a hazard to basically the property, or it's unlikely anybody's going to be down there during a nor'easter in the brush. So it's probably not a safety issue either. The other two, is it necessary to remove them?
Not necessarily. They can be retained.
Yeah, I'd like to see as much canopy retained as possible.
Well, they're gonna die, Tom. Because the grading's being changed too much.
You think so?
Well, the lower one,
Yeah, so the one adjacent to the rain garden.
yeah, that one, I don't know where that 40 contour goes, so.
Yeah, this one right here is in the greatest jeopardy.
Yeah.
We need to build a 44 for the berm, and it's at existing 40.
Yeah.
These two, there's no change in grade near these two, so it's not as much of a concern with these two.
Yeah.
It's primarily this one right here.
So that takes you down to just removing one tree and some brush, is that right?
Correct, yeah, there was some vines there that we talked about getting out of there too that appear to be either an invasive or
Yeah.
type of invading.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioners, any other comments?
No further comment.
Okay, anything in the audience, Charlotte?
Sorry, no, just a comment that John Hayden, I think, was temporarily got jumped off. I think, let me put him back in the sorry. Did he get kicked off? There he is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, other than just basic, I had suggested conditions as always, but yeah, I don't see anyone else in the audience raising their hand.
So do we have any additional conditions other than our standard boilerplate here?
Yep. Sorry.
We do, huh? Okay.
Well, some of these were based off of our previous discussions. So
Yeah.
I don't know, we had tabled a conversation for tree replacement, so I don't know if you want a tree to be replaced for the 24-inch pine that's being taken out. We had some previous concerns about staking the 50-foot buffer and the limit of work, just to make sure we don't go past that line. I just added a sentence here, or a condition here, for the long-term minimum plan being revised to include the maintenance details for the porous paved driveway. No vehicles in the 50, equipment, work activity, etc. That's kind of repetitive. But I mean, it's up to you guys. I just added this condition up here. And then I had tree protection barriers installed within limit of work per instruction of the agent for all trees to propose to remain. Barriers will be inspected prior to construction, and then just this, which will be added to our boilerplate soon, but just the standard conditions, I'm sorry, inspections. And then I added one just for the retaining wall to kind of just make sure that's being not put in the 50-foot buffer by accident.
Yeah.
And
I don't know.
just to clarify,
I don't know if you guys want replacement or not.
Well, I think it'd be great to be replaced, but I also thought we said we just let that dead. Is this referring to the dead 24-inch that we were referring to earlier?
I think that tree's alive, but they're gonna leave the other two close to the 50 and just within the 50. They're just gonna leave those. So I think the only tree to come out, Rick, I think, is just that pine tree. And then the other trees are being relocated.
Correct.
Okay.
What do you mean? The other trees are getting relocated?
We've got some maples up here actually outside of the buffer zone that we're relocating here. And we're gonna retain the hollies in and around the rain garden.
Okay, I was losing track of, we were just talking about the pines near the rain garden. Like, I think you said one you just let fall, right? You wouldn't actually remove it.
Yeah, the dead one in the 50-foot buffer is just left as it is. And after it falls, it's left as it is. And the one closer, the one that's near the buffer, but within the 100-foot buffer, there's no need to remove that. It's a live tree. The grade's not going to change. So there's only one pine tree will get removed, and that's the one that's right next to the rain garden, where the grade is going to change significantly. Is that right, Chris McFarland?
That's correct.
Okay.
So sorry, I guess we do want one, do we want a replacement or for the pine tree or?
For that one pine?
Yeah.
I think I'd like one, and I think, do we have to specify that, the proposal should be amended to not remove those trees as the chairman specified?
Yeah, Rick, are those trees marked to be removed on the plan right now, or is that just was that just an ask?
Yeah, that was just an ask. Yeah, they were not marked. So
Okay, so
got it.
But the site plan should probably be revised to include the one tree being removed, the pine tree.
yeah, or if you just want to include a condition that the 24-inch pine tree is the only one to be removed.
How's that? Do we want the plan revised or are you guys okay with this?
No, that's fine.
Okay. I just did one native tree. I didn't specify, but I just said the tree shall come from the conservation's approved planting lists, unless you want to replace it with another similar species. I don't know if a pine is appropriate there, but you can just leave it like that. If you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I move that we issue an order of conditions for NOI 2409 with the standard boilerplate conditions and the additional conditions as specified on screen and added to the meeting minutes. And right, so we'll do the stormwater permit separate.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0-0. I move that we issue a stormwater permit 2413 for 48 Lambers Lane with the, do we have conditions for that, Charlotte? Other
I
than,
kind of just combine them. I
with-
mean,
oh, okay, that's fine. With
Yeah.
the conditions as shown on the screen and added to the meeting minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanjay Fernando. You're muted. Sanjay.
Oh, sorry, Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0-0. So public hearing for NOI 2409 and stormwater permit 2413, 48 Lambers Lane is now closed.
Thank you. Good night.
thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Okay.
Charlotte, there's a Q&A.
What's
Yeah,
that?
yes, so I can bring him on, but John Ormond is asking if we wanted to continue. Folks look tired. 26 Lambert Lane's willing to continue to June 20th. So that's up to you guys and the applicant's offering. So that's up to you guys.
No, let's push forward with this.
You want to push forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
So next is the resumption of the public hearing for NOI 2401, stormwater permit 2401, 26, 28, 30, 32 Lamberts Lane, new single-family dwellings, riverfront restoration, continued from May 2nd, 2024.
Yeah, so is Alton on yet?
So, sorry?
We would be willing to continue the next hearing on June 20th, if that is okay with everybody.
Do you need to?
Well, it's up to you.
But actually, it's not up to us. It's up to you.
Oh, okay, no, well, I have to see, did Alton join yet, Charlotte? Is he?
Yeah, so Alton is on the call. Jeffrey Hertz is on the call. Greg McGregor and Thomas Ormond are both in the audience. They didn't want to be promoted at this time.
Okay.
I don't see, is David Murphy going to join us?
Yeah, I was gonna call him, but were there a lot of questions for David Murphy? Because he kind of had other stuff as well.
Well, I do have some questions for David Murphy.
Okay. It would be better than if we could continue then if that.
Okay.
For David, unless we wanted to start with the stormwater and do something there, or.
No, I think we want to deal with the notice of intent first.
Okay,
Everything sort of flows from that.
okay, so we call.
Okay, so then public hearing for NOI 2401, stormwater permit 2401 is continued until June 20th.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys. We'll see you again on the 20th.
All right, thank you. Is there a way you can put us a little bit earlier next time? Like in the middle, maybe, if it's possible.
Yeah, let's try that.
All right, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you.
guys.
All right, bye.
Okay, so we have a couple of certificates of compliance to deal with. First is NOI 2110, 183 Atlantic Avenue.
Sorry, one sec. Yeah, so I'm sorry, this was a typo on the agenda, but Sanji and I had we wanted to put it on June 20th, unless Sanji, since our schedule's been a little bit freed up, do you still want to still keep it on the 20th, or do you want to move forward tonight?
Oh, I don't have any of the pictures or anything like that.
That's
we
okay.
talked-
That's all right. We'll keep it on the 20th.
Yeah, wait, okay.
Yep, no worries. And so for the next one, this is related to a housing sale. Surprise, surprise. It is a 1990 notice of intent. Sorry for the typo on the agenda for 715B Jerusalem Road, DEP file number 13263 for, I believe, Edward Graham. So this was another fun one from the 90s. I pulled all of the files from Board of Health, Sewer, Building, and Conservation. By piecing all those together, it does look like the work was completed per plan. This was an addition project and also included installation of a septic system. The septic system was eventually transitioned to sewer in 1995. So there was an as-built for the septic system that was all built per plan. Board of Health issued a certificate of compliance for that. But then a couple years later, they got permission to hook up to sewer. So that was kind of all null and void. And then the home, judging from the original building plans and the original site plan, it looks like the house, at least for now, looks like it was built per plan. And then in 1991, the building inspector issued an occupancy permit. So I would imagine that, you know, this order conditions, like many orders of conditions, just fell through the cracks. So, you know, the occupancy permit was issued in compliance with building the additions on the house. And then just the order was probably never closed out before that happened. So that's why this popped up 30 years later. I can pull up the plans if you guys want to look at it, but for the most part, I mean, this is a 30-plus-year-old permit, so I don't know if you guys want to dig into it or if you're okay with that information.
No, and I assume that this is necessary to add to the deed because I think this house has been sold.
Yeah,
Or is it
it
in the process
has.
of being sold?
Well, it's in the process. Yeah, it's being held up because someone did a title search and found it.
Found this.
Yeah.
So
The order
He was- he- and
conditions.
He was only on the Conservation Commission for like 20 years. I mean,
Yeah,
why
Oh, he
should
was?
Why,
Nice.
why
Yeah.
should he close it out?
Oh, this is the same guy? That's
Yeah.
funny.
yeah, just never got around to it.
I don't know if you guys want, I can pull up the conditions because the numbers are different, but we could definitely add the ongoing conditions that we normally do. Let me just pull up the order real quick because the numbers are different, but it would be like the no pesticides, etc. Let me just quickly.
Yeah, let's definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of different stuff. So this was a house project with a septic system, no pools, no disturbance, debris, construction. Okay, so it's this last one, or second to last one. Pesticides, herbicides shall not be used within 100 feet of any wetland resource area or yeah. And then these conditions, every time I look at these, they don't really look applicable, like 17, except for 31, obviously. So 29, no underground storage of fuel on the property. I mean, yeah, if you guys want to add that, sure. But 17 and 21, a lot of those earlier conditions in the list normally relate to construction. So I can go up to them real quick, but yeah, the order shall apply to a successor. I mean, if we're closing it out, not really applicable anymore. And then we shall have the right to enter the premises. I was advised not to put this as an ongoing condition. So
Good idea.
maybe just 31, if you guys are okay with that, or if you want to add 29, sure.
So what is 31 again? Oh,
31 is
yeah,
the no
pesticides.
pesticides and herbicides
Yeah.
shall not be used.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep that.
Just 31.
Yeah, just 31.
Okay. Anyone want a motion?
Yeah, I move that we issue a certificate of compliance for it says 1999 NOI.
It's a 1990 NOI. You can just read the DEP file number because it doesn't have an internal file number.
Oh, let's see. I don't have that. Hang on a second.
Oh, sorry, it's on the agenda.
Yeah, let me scroll up.
DEP 13263.
Yeah, okay. So I move that we issue a certificate of compliance for 715B Jerusalem Road with the DEP file number of 13.263. I have a second.
Oh, with condition 31.
Oh, yeah, with the single condition, pesticides and herbicides shall not be used within 100 feet of the wetland resource area.
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valeria Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0-0.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
The good news about that
Updates.
house is they're not going to tear it down.
You don't want to bet on that?
That's good.
I doubt it. So for construction updates, 205 Atlantic Ave has been extremely active, but the contractor has actually been sending me almost daily emails with photos since I'm unable to walk the site. In terms of the tree removal, it looks like he's been following the plans to a T. John Hallen has also been out there. I know Sanji also walked down there, so thank you guys for doing that. It looks like, Sanji, I think that large tree that he said he might want to preserve in the 50 that was supposed to come out, it looks like that one is staying, but I haven't, judging from the pictures, I can't fully estimate that, but it looks like he decided to keep that large tree, which is nice because it was really just standing there. And so they also they cut the knotweed down to the ground. They will be putting the tarp down soon. I got to call the landscape architect and the overseer for that work. So that's ongoing. But yeah, he's pretty much been following the permit so far, which is good. 573 Jerusalem Road, this is an ongoing addition project in the 50-foot buffer. There are some concerns right now with the mitigation plantings that were supposed to go in the northwestern side behind the home, but the problem is that area is overrun with Phragmites, so we're trying to find a better place for them. So Tom, I don't know if you want to look at that plan, but if just let me know what you think there. And if we did want to bring it back to the commission, happy to do that. But I just don't think we should put the plantings in a Phragmites area. They're gonna get overgrown. And then 39 Ash Street, this is a stormwater permit to build an addition. They started construction this week and they installed erosion controls, so they're good to go. And then for other updates, needless to say, I will be working remotely for the unfortunate foreseeable near future. As of today, I've confirmed that I do need surgery and I can hopefully get in next week. It'll be 2 weeks of immobilized doing nothing and then followed by a boot for 2 months. And then I can, as soon as I'm in the boot, I can actually start walking. So I might be able to go to construction sites if people chauffeur me around.
Oh, you can't drive?
Huh?
You can't drive?
I cannot drive. It's my driving foot, of course.
Oh, it's your right.
Yeah. So until the Achilles tendon heals and until I'm out of the boot, I can't drive.
My neighbor has a right-hand drive. Maybe you could borrow it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Aren't those illegal?
Sorry, Charlotte.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's just awful luck, but luckily the surgery is minimally invasive. So it should be. Sorry? Oh, did someone? Okay, I thought someone had a question. So following up on remote work, the whole point of me trying to go to remote for a few weeks, that was before I hurt myself, was supposed to revise the wetland regulations. Since my transition to remote work, unfortunately, it's just been a dumpster fire, to be quite honest. I have not had a moment's peace. My phone is ringing off the hook because basically the office is giving every resident who walks into town my cell phone number, not my personal cell, my work cell. So I can't escape the work that is clawing at the door. And then obviously these agendas have been very long. So this unfortunately will be more of a piecemeal thing. I am going to budget a few hours every morning and just pick away at it and do the best I can. Maybe when I call out of work and call out sick for my surgery, I might just, work on the regulations. and just say I'm not available. Cause it's just unfortunate that I want to revise these. I'm trying to prioritize these, but the phone won't stop ringing. So I will be turning my phone off in the mornings, probably from 8:30 or 8 to 10, 8 to 10:30. So unless it's an emergency and you guys are trying to reach me, I can give you guys my personal cell just to make sure that that's not distributed throughout town. But they are coming along slowly but surely. I'm on to like section 5 or 6 out of 41. So, yep, I'm just disappointed. I really wanted to dedicate time to this, and unfortunately, the office life has followed me to my home. So, sorry, guys.
You don't need to be sorry.
Charlotte, if you need me to like just go to a property and turn on the camera on my cell phone or something sometime, just let me know. I mean, my office is on Elm Street.
Okay.
I can always take half an hour here and there and, pop in and just point the camera around or take pictures for you or something if you want. I'm happy to.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you guys would like to do, I am all for it. If you guys, I've already done a remote final inspection visit with Sanji, who was kind enough to FaceTime me in the pouring rain for his project. So, if anybody is ambitious and wants to go to any sites, if you guys want to call me, FaceTime me, send pictures, you guys, I will definitely let you know. Most applicants sign the permission to access site form. So that gives us full permission to walk the site while the permit is open. So you shouldn't have to worry about access. I always just knock on the door to just let people know I'm here. Yeah,
I'm not trying to take more of your time. I just wanted to be efficient for you, not to add stuff that you have to look at. But
honestly, no, I'm all for it. If you guys want to walk any sites you want, go ahead. And if you want to take photos, even better. You can text them to me, like whatever works for you guys. So I won't have lovely photos for every new project for a while. But the one thing that Tom and Chris and I had talked about with Town Council is COCs. There don't really seem to be any clear repercussions if I can't review them in 21 days and if the commission can't issue a decision in 21 days. So it is what it is with those. Unless it's a high priority housing sale or an urgent need, I will probably just tell engineers I just can't do COCs right now, unless they want to accommodate remote inspections. I'm, at least with Stanji, I was very comfortable, but no offense, with other projects that are more complicated, I am not comfortable because then they'd only show me the areas that they think I probably should see. So I might just tell them I'm not doing them unless it's a high priority. Just to save you guys some time on agendas and, not create more work for you guys to walk any sites. Cause I think I should be the only one doing final inspections. I don't think that's fair to anybody here. But
well, we will pick up slack for you as best we can.
Okay. Thank you guys. I appreciate that.
That's what I was trying to say.
And of course, you can call me at any time and
will do. Yeah. I was going to say, anybody who wants to walk sites, you should have permission. I will definitely let anybody know if there's someone who's being a weirdo and doesn't give permission, but they have to sign the permission to access site form as part of my review. So you will have permission to walk the sites for all new projects unless somebody is really adamant about it. Most people agree unless they want to be present. Some people want to be present.
Do my dogs have permission to come with me?
Yeah, sure. Unless the person's highly allergic.
Or they have a bigger dog than you do.
They probably do.
You have a big dog?
No, I have 2 teeny dogs. I think you've seen them before at Black Rock, but yeah.
Nice.
So I have a complication for the 20th.
Uh-oh. Okay.
And so Chris McIntyre, I'd like you to chair the meeting. I will attend.
Okay.
But it's going to be from Europe. So time thing is going to be crazy.
Yep, I can do that.
Good. So that's sort of
gives me plenty of time.
I'll send you with a copy of my new script format that, as long as you don't screw up cut and paste like I did tonight, it makes life easy.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I think I still have to draft a template motion for you guys for RDAs. So I'm sorry I haven't done that yet, but I can try to do it for 620. I don't remember if we have RDAs for that one.
Is that is 620 the enforcement order heavy meeting?
Unfortunately, there are 1, 2, potentially 3,
Mhm.
2 enforcement hearings that are just follow-ups. And then, as of today, I might issue a secondary show cause for another property. But I will definitely be putting, all of these show cause items on the June 27th meeting. We just had already continued some
Oh, right,
enforcement
right, right.
orders. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, we
so I'll
made that
still,
special meeting, right?
yep,
Yep.
where we'll piss everybody off.
I'll share that one too if you want to.
There you go.
So any
627.
48-hour issues that we need to be aware of?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, I heard that, I don't know the address, but you'll recognize the site. It's right next, it's towards Black Rock Beach from the horse barn that we dealt with on Forest Avenue.
318 Forest?
Yeah, it's a wetland. And apparently somebody's been in there with a chainsaw doing some cutting.
You made that very clear that wasn't allowed.
Well, I don't know that they're cutting trees down. I mean, I haven't had a look at it. Amy just told me about it, and
Okay.
they may just be cutting up the trees that have fallen.
We told them they couldn't do that.
I know.
Yep, we brought him in on a show
I'll-
cause and the guy
I'll
said
go-
I won't do it
I'll
again.
I'll go over and look at it. I can-
Okay, yeah,
you know,
let me know, because if they
can
did
fix
do it, I'll add them to the list for 627.
Yeah,
But yeah, we brought them in, I think, a year and a half ago, maybe 2
did.
years ago at this point. The guy said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I won't do it again."
yeah, right.
Mhm.
He just waited till he thought we were looking.
He just couldn't help himself.
Which property is that? What was the address?
It's the swamp there.
It's an IVW. It's the mess of a wetland that has a lot of fallen
It's the
trees in
only-
it.
Kathy, when you turn up Forest Avenue.
Yep.
You know, it's
Oh,
it's
up the
it's on
hill.
the right-hand side. It's the only
Yeah.
vacant lot there.
I know where you mean, exactly, yeah.
Tom, do you think it's the guy on the right-hand side at 336 Forest or 8 Spindrift, the new home that was built? Because that guy is admitted to going in there and cutting firewood. Do you think he's the one doing that, or is it happening closer to the street where those trees fell?
I don't really know. Amy
Okay.
that spotted it, so I'll go.
Yeah,
over it.
just let me know. Let me know, because I've
Yeah,
already
maybe-
told
Maybe he's harvesting firewood in there.
I've already told the owner of 8 Spindrift, you cannot do that. I said, I will, I'm not going to punish you like right now, because it was only a few logs that he had cut like 6 months ago. And I said, okay, don't do any more. Don't do it.
Yeah.
So I said, you're also not on your own property. I was like, I can't enforce that, but you also may not be on your own property.
Yeah.
But he definitely has a little wood pile back there. At least he used to.
Yeah,
and he
I saw
digs.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So if he's cutting more and it looks like a bigger pile now, or if you see that it's encroached further into the property, I'll write to both owners, because that affects both of them.
Yeah, okay. I'll have a look at it.
Oh, and then I did have a 48-hour issue. So I happened to be getting dropped off earlier this week. And as I was driving by the property right next to 143 Beechwood, those are the guys that we brought in for an enforcement order for cutting down trees. The owner right next door was cutting down a tree right near the flagged wetland. And I had previously talked to Total Tree, and I made it very clear that that needed to have an RDA submission. And clearly that wasn't done.
So Total Tree was over there cutting down.
Yeah, I literally saw his car. I saw his Total Tree vehicle, and I almost told my mom, who was driving me, to stop the car so I could get out and scream at him in crutches. I was like, I'm just gonna send a letter to the owner, and I'm going to also CC Total Tree in that letter. They were made very clear they can't cut down that tree. It was hazardous and leaning into the street. And I told him, I said, why don't you just let it fall into the street and have DPW clean it up? Why would the owner pay for that?
Maybe he wants the firewood.
Probably. He wants the money. That's why.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to send a letter to the people on Atlantic Avenue that were draining their pool?
I will be sending that tomorrow. Yeah, it's a warning letter. Did they do it again?
Made me wonder if they don't have a sand filter and they do it every 2 weeks.
I don't know. Did they do it again?
I don't know. But I just wonder, it seemed kind of weird that he was draining his pool now. It's kind of the beginning of the swim season if you got a swimming pool. So,
Mhm.
I don't know. Anyway,
Okay. Yeah, I'm sending out a few letters tomorrow, so I will issue the warning letter for that one.
yeah, just a heads up to the person. Most people in town don't know this rule, I'm sure.
Yeah, most people don't know, and it's the pool companies
No
sometimes that.
cause or anything, just heads up.
Yep.
Use the regs.
Yep.
Well, at least pool water right now has very little chemicals in it.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. I don't know about that.
Well, if they sat all winter, a lot of it.
Oh, you mean the pool? Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, here we are, 11:01.
Yeah, all right.
Having a good old time.
Keep us posted, Charlotte, on your
Yeah, we'll do. Surgery is probably next Wednesday or Thursday. So for the second half of the week, I will be unavailable because I'll probably be doped up.
Good luck to you.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Speedy recovery.
Hope it heals well.
All right. Good
All
night.
right.
Let us know if we can do anything
Right on.
for you.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I was gonna say, you guys have full permission to walk sites for new projects if you ever want to, so.
Sounds like fun. Okay.
Yep.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
Good night.
All right, thank you,
Thanks, guys.
Charlotte.
Have a good night. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.